for America. I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm waiting for the names of these people that were embezzling. Let's get some people behind Jack.
I got the name.
Well, what I can say is the person who was a part of the campaign, they did file, but what they told me was how this works once the election's over, no one cares.
Who is it? Give us a name.
I'm here in the state of Virginia. Okay, I'm here in the state of Virginia. So it's everywhere. For real.
Just give us a name. We'll report them to the police right now.
Again, this was already reported, and like I said, I was told once the election is over, no one cares.
So who is it? Tell us who it is.
She doesn't want to tell us, but Tamara, so I'm kind of confused because you said that the candidate for school board was endorsed by the Democratic Party, and that's the candidate that everybody was supposed to be supporting. But with the people that you were with campaigning for the Democratic Party, they wanted the other person to win. And are you saying they started to divert gift cards that pay canvassers?
They diverted. You're 100% correct, Doctor. They diverted the entire election when it came to this person that was endorsed. And again, I'm a person that really didn't know much, but I was explained that if this person was endorsed, this person was supposed to have been on the ticket when we went out and canvassed. Do you know when I got his area for canvassing? This is how manipulating they were. They had us out canvassing the day of the election. The morning of the election, we were out canvassing instead of working. This is how much. Again, guys. Well, for me, it was we didn't get this package until that day. So I had worked the whole month on the election, and we didn't get this area until the day of the presidential election.
Now, had you been canvassing before?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. I had already been canvassing, and we had asked, because of course, just so happened it was this from both ways. I was working for that campaign, but then I also had the opportunity to canvass. So when I got the opportunity to canvass, of course, the campaign I'm working for was going to ask me to ask for the packet for him, who was endorsed.
So was the other candidate a Democrat as well, or
not? You know what? She was a Democrat, but she wasn't endorsed. Like right now, guys, I have an opportunity to work with someone that's running for the House of Delegates here in Virginia, right? And she's doing independent. And she recently got a call from the Democratic Party, almost threatening her.
So the person that was endorsed didn't win. Someone else won, but so they were on the ballot as well.
May I for a second? So one of the things that happened.
Hold on a minute. I just have, hold on, sir.
I'm trying to help you with the answer to the question.
Okay, but just hold on a minute. You know what? Go ahead. Y'all so damn rude. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how he can answer a question of something I.
Go ahead, help me.
It's systemic, but go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing that I think would be helpful is that in every democratic institution that I know of across the country, there's an endorsement process. And if you win the endorsement, it's different, like what you need to do to win the endorsement. The local Democratic Party and all of its clubs, all the county committee, the state, any money that's flowing from any Democratic Party institution has to go to the endorsed candidate. And all the
going to be someone that I know that I can at least contact later on if I need some help. I have questions and things like that. But I have to be honest, guys. I have been watching the Democratic Party, and I have an opportunity to work with the Democratic Party this year for this election, for last year. And that was enough for me to say that I can't support that party.
You mean you can't work for them again?
No, I can't support them again. I don't even know who I'm going to vote for.
Wait, so you can't support them because you don't like their policies for what?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
I'm gonna tell you why I can't support them. And having the opportunity to work the election just put the nail in the coffin for me, right? We have Bobby Scott who represents us here in Virginia, and he's been in place a long time. You know, he's Democrat, and there's a lot of things that's just not right here with our children, the city of Newport News, just schools, just a lot of things that are not right. I'm not saying Bobby Scott has not fought for a lot of things and got things done, but he's older now. It's time for some new, fresh ideas. And the
Would
gatekeeping.
Gestapo be a good, fresh idea? Would a Gestapo job?
And the gatekeeping that the elders do and sit in position and do not let new young people who make you come in and make changes is something that I've had enough of. And working the election showed me how they're able to keep these people in place. Like Tina Vick here sits on our city council, another Democrat. Now how long she been sitting there because nobody want to run against her because she's Michael Vick's son. It's just like simple things for me, guys.
Is Medicaid something that you want taken away? Like, would that be a new
No, Medicaid is not something I want taken away. But guess what? Everything, like I just had a fight for someone's Medicaid that's on oxygen that came out from hospital that nobody was helping them. So just like you can say that, but it's a lot of things that are not happening in front of you. And that's all I'm saying about that. No, I don't want medication, but it is things that could change. And you have a lot of elders and a lot of people who are already falling through the cracks even without this act. Because I do that type of work. That's how I know. Like going to party. I don't do a lot of talking about things that I don't actually live and do. So when I decided, because I already had it on my mind about like because I don't like a lot of the things I'm seeing.
So, Aaron, can I ask you a question? Since you understand, you gave the background for how that works. Is it is it embezzlement happening?
I mean, I wouldn't use that word. I'm not going to co-sign everything that I asserted because there's a bunch of things I disagree with. And I don't think embezzlement is the right word. Like, that's a specific crime. Yeah, so the thing that's wrong is, so you got, imagine there's a sporting event, right? And, you win if you have the most points. And then you win the game, you're supposed to advance in the tournament. But then someone's actually, you had 13 people on your team, and it should have been 14. And we didn't say anything before the game, but now we're going to disqualify you. You're not going to get what you deserve by winning the game. That's kind of what's happening here, right? So if you're, at least there's one piece of it, which I understand and I'm sympathetic to, okay? Which is, if I win the endorsement, so in California, I can tell exactly how it works. So there's delegates, get a 60% majority of all the delegates in my congressional district, then I win the endorsement. And every California Democrat in their official capacity then has to support me. If they make a speech in public, it has to be supporting me. If they spend money, it has to be supporting me. That's the rules of the game. What sometimes happens is that Democratic Party officials break their own rules and they don't support the candidate. And this is a huge problem because one of the most important things they're supposed to do is give you data, and that data is worth a lot of money. They're supposed to have their clubs go out and knock on doors and make phone calls for you, and you know, all that. And they're also not, they're very specifically forbidden from working for the other candidates in the primary. So if there's 5 Democrats in my district, the only one any Democratic Party club or institution is allowed to support is me. So that's what I'm hearing is the problem that this woman faced in her particular race was they were, or I don't know if the candidate was a man or a woman, but that the candidate faced was that they won the endorsement, but they didn't actually get what they were supposed to get for that endorsement. And this happens too much.
So
It's not a lot, but it's too much.
with the embezzlement, let me tell y'all that the embezzlement part I seen was a person could come there and say, I have 5 other people in my party with me doing them coming out and canvassing with me, right? And the 5 people don't have to be there. She gave the 5 packets to the lady. And you come back with your packets and you get the gift cards for each packet. That's exactly how it went. So what do you call that? She didn't have the 5 people with her. She got 5 packets to canvass, 5 different areas. Came back with the packets, checked off, because you had to check off whether the person was there, when you knocked on the door, did you talk to them? You had to knock on the door, you say, did you talk to them? Did you not talk to them? Are they going to vote? Are they not going to vote? This is what we had to do. You get 5 packets. And I'm talking about, you got 200 people. You get 200 people per packet. All of them. You go in whole apartment complexes doing this.
So Tamara, it sounds like
That's from people finessing the system. They ain't got nothing to do with the party. You know,
it was like 2 things. I think she saw things on 2 different levels.
Me too. That's what I got out of it too. Sorry, Doc.
Yeah. No problem. Like what Arab described, in terms of like a state election, and you are supposed to support the endorsed candidate. And it sounds like they didn't want to support the endorsed candidate, so she witnessed. Technically, that's I don't know. Is that like illegal activity or just unethical activity? I don't know how to describe it.
It's illegal.
It's just not that.
It's illegal.
Supporting the wrong candidate is not. It's just against the rules of a private club. That's all the Democratic Party is ultimately.
Now, and then if, for example, if what she's saying is correct, that they were paying canvassers to not put out the person's information.
They were paying canvassers, right? When a person can come up and say, I have 5 other people that's going to be with me today.
Right.
5 people don't have to be there.
Well, I got that too.
those are people finessing the system for some money. That is normal shit. Well,
Yeah.
most
I
people
went, those aren't the same things. Yeah, those aren't the same things. Like one is the first thing you're talking about is like a legitimate criticism of the inner workings of some people in the Democratic Party who aren't following the rules. The other one is like Brooklyn said, people finessing the system just to get more money. Out of campaigning. Even in my city, there were people that were saying they were campaigning certain neighborhoods, but they weren't really doing that. You know what I mean? And so that like you would think that they were going door to door, but they're not necessarily doing that. You know, I mean, I guess like there's a level of fraud, you know, fraudulent behavior, you know, that some people engage in, but that's not like I think for your for what you're talking about, Tamara, you have to ask yourself, are you sure you want to switch parties? Or do you want to be the whistleblower? You know what I mean? Do you want to be the corrective person? Do you want to like find somebody to actually run? Do you want to be in charge of the state party? I mean, there's a number of different things. I mean, I do feel bad because it does sound like you're somebody that, you know, sort of an innocent person that was looped in, and then you get to see like fraud, and now you're like disaffected.
Well, Doctor, I already had, from what I explained to you, I already kind of had, you know, some feelings, just regard on the elders just sitting in the seats. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I go to city council meetings and I go to school board meetings and all that stuff. So, you know, I'm seeing how my age range of people are fit. Late 30s to 40s, they're not even voting or even taking part in any of this stuff. Right? So, it's like we're stuck with whatever, you know, whoever's in place, we're pretty much stuck with.
That's great.
And a part of doing these different things is what you're supposed, it's your civic duty. So I do these things because it's what I'm supposed to do as a community leader. But what I realized is I can't do that for everybody. That's one of the things I share with you all. And they're getting in these seats and they're doing their personal agenda. And one of the things I'm gonna share, and people probably don't like because I say this and people don't like it when I say it, but Donald Trump made a statement and he said that, you know, we built this country. He did it. But the people that are in the seats are not doing what's supposed to be done for the people. And if I'm going to stand for a party or something,
including Donald Trump. Go ahead.
including him too. But again, I'm 50, sweetie, and I've been following this a while with the Democrats and the people. I'm out here helping the children and all types of stuff.
Miss, can you explain to me what kind of argument you're making right now?
I'm not arguing.
I'm not
arguing. I'm communicating.
What exactly is
That's the issue with us.
This is like it's giving you as a campaigner for the Democrats.
Brooklyn, 1 second. Tamara, she's asking, what is your main point?
And what's the
What is
point?
your main? Yeah, what is it specifically? You're concretely saying with everything that you boiled up into. What boiled it up
Well,
into one.
my main point was I was addressing Doctor. She was kind of like somewhat minimizing what I've seen. And no, I'm not going to let what I've seen be minimized.
She's not minimizing it, but I am.
I'm not.
Because that shit is crazy, actually. Dr. Lyons is being nice. I just don't understand what you're saying at all. It's even that you're that you're promoting or you're saying that Donald Trump is doing something good while saying that you was a canvasser for the Democrats and you're seeing some crooked work. It's like you don't seem like you're deep into politics enough to even have this. What are you even saying to me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And don't try to throw Dr. Lyons under the bus. Thank you.
Your question up here is, are Democrats out of touch? So, for me, I think that I'm communicating correctly for what your title is. I'm just a person who came here and wanted to share my testimony of
sense what you're saying. That's how I
Again,
understand
I'm gonna ask you one more time. How many city council meetings and school board meetings do you go to for your community? I'm gonna close my mic there.
So Tamara, my only issue with what yours, because I believe that you had that experience on campaigning, and I am sorry about that. But that's not like the standard practice across the country. It's just not. I mean, I've seen it happen, I've heard it happen, but it's just not. I mean, even Aaron, told us a story about what happened in his a state election, in a totally different state. So we know it happens, but that is no reason to. So it sounds to me like, and I hate to give you this challenge, but because you're so involved, it sounds like you need to step up your game. It sounds like you all who are upset about the local representation, you need to put up a different candidate. Like, it sounds like you feel a little defeated, like you can't make a change, and I disagree, with this idea that like everything has to stay the same. If you feel like your local representative is older and out of touch, then put up a new candidate or run yourself. Period. That's what has to happen, and that you can win. Like, local elections are not hard to win. They just take
really?
people who are dedicated and want
Not
to
hard
work
to
on it.
win a
But I
local
guess the other
election.
question, because we've been in here and we have been criticizing the Democratic Party. This is true. So it's not like we think, oh, Democrats are perfect, everything is okay. But at the same time, you need to do a gut check on your values and like what you want to represent, because that's part of the reason why somebody asked you, do you care about Medicaid and stuff like that, because we're at war. We're literally at war. So you have to decide, like, okay, do you still want to be a Democrat, first of all? And second of all, is there another way that you can operate in the party outside of the fraud? And I'm just going to say, like, this fraud that you witnessed, because that's just not standard. And if you want new candidates, you can get new candidates. I mean, Michael Biggs on, I get it. I'm sure that the celebrity aspect of it plays a role locally. I'm sure that, because he was in sports. I've seen that. And it does have an undue influence on people, but that doesn't mean that you can't win. Like, if you want her out.
Let me address what you think. I don't have to run for any type of seat because that's not what I was put here to do. So I help promote and put people in the seat that can help the people. So that's just not for me. But but I can have my own opinion. I can look at the things that I see as a person and form my own opinion. I do have that right. So, at no point in time, I only brought up Donald Trump to say that he said we built the country. So, from there, I don't know,
I don't bring up Donald Trump saying that shit.
Well, I'm not
Because I'm not understanding what she's talking about. Y'all understand what she's talking about?
No. She's on
Okay,
Donald
so
Trump.
when you guys hear this shit, why don't you stop? Because I'm sitting here going, I got like 40 people on stage.
She said she's not a Trump supporter. She only brought it up to say that one thing about Trump. That's what she said.
Wait, she only brought it up because of what now, Haitian?
One point she
I didn't hear.
what she said about Trump.
But she said, Donald Trump said, we built this country. I want to know who you think we met. Because I can tell you what Donald Trump met, and he met fucking white people. That's what he met.
No. But that's what I said. This whole submission is built off of bad from the get go. It's like I don't even care to hear none of it, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, the corruption is real, but I think most people want to know, how do you go from, yes, there is corruption within the party, just like, by the way, there's corruption in the Republican Party. How do you go from that to throwing away all your values to go to the other party, assuming you are going to go to the other party and not some other third party, which is totally legit?
Did you ask her, Tamara? You plan on going to the other
Yes,
side?
that's what I was gonna say. No one asked me this. Everybody just assumed it.
Yeah, I asked questions. That's what I asked.
I'm sitting here
Every day.
closely listening to all these responses to me. And again, I'm a big person with communication. No one asked me.
Well,
Y'all just assume
I'm asking
yourself.
I'm
No,
asking
but
you.
that's why I'm asking you, are you going to MAGA or a third party because of this specific instance, which, by the way, is corruption, and I agree with your story, and I believe that it happened, and it's fucking bullshit. So your next move, is it to MAGA or a third party that supports both your politics, but also something that is a little more ethical in terms of their practices?
So earlier, I communicated with you all that I have a colleague that is running for the House of Democrats, and she's running independent. And she recently got a call from the Democrat Party, almost threatening her.
Wow.
So at this point, that's what, again, I can't do anything but be a person who goes by what I'm seeing and what I'm involved with. That's all I can do. So
Chad, what do you mean that's part of the, Chad said that's part of the course. What do you mean, Chad?
Like, hey,
I'm reading the chat. Hey, Chad. Well,
not the threats while you're campaigning. That's why that happens. That's why they have security. You get threatened when you're running for office, or even a campaign manager or a chief of staff. You get threatened. That's what I mean. It's part of the course.
Is that unique to one party?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
And Tamara, I had said that you, like, I mean, I'm assuming that you're not alone. So if people agree with you, it doesn't take that many people to suggest that somebody else run against the people that you want to replace. I mean, I just said you should. I said you could be the candidate, but that's okay. You don't have to be. But I also said put somebody else up to run against whoever you don't like. Michael Vick's on it. She could be defeated.
for me, it's not more so not necessarily personally liking the person. It's just about what they producing for the people, for me. It's not a personal thing. She didn't have anybody run against her. If you want her, if you want her to be say that, no one's running against her because she's a victim.
It doesn't. If you don't run against her, not you. If she doesn't have an opponent, she will surely get the office. If she has an
That
opponent.
was all my statement.
Okay, so Tamara, I'm a little frustrated because you have like 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and you sound like you're passionate enough to have both feet in.
No,
So
I'm
that's
not
what's-
being in with what I'm seeing.
I wasn't saying being in cahoots with the people who are engaged in fraudulent activities. I'm talking about if you live there, if you don't like your representative, if you don't like Rick's on, and other people like it. So one thing that you could do that's real basic. I don't know if you want to out yourself, I guess, but to have somebody put up a poll or put up a Facebook post and say, I'm really tired of our local representation. I really want to change on city council. Who's with me? Like just something basic like that so that you're not just out there by yourself. And then you'll see whether or not the people believe that they're being adequately represented or not. And if enough people believe that they're not being adequately represented, then a candidate needs to come and challenge her. If there's no candidate, she will surely be reelected into the same position. That's how democracy works.
I'm not so focused so much on her. That's not, not necessarily my focus. As I said, I have someone running for the House of Delegates, and she's running independent, and she's running because of the lack of integrity, the clickiness, all of what we're doing here, in the city of the news. It's just a big thing. We just had someone running for treasurer, right? And the person didn't even have the qualifications to even qualify for this position. But he said he didn't have to. You know why? Because he was popular. See, we vote off popularity around here.
Everyone does.
We're not, yeah, I know. We're not voting for the for the issue. So a lot of the people here that are popular are Democrats. So, like I said, guys, it's just a lot of things that I've witnessed over the years. It's okay.
Lisa, that's what we were trying to do prior. Get her point, but I tuned out, so.
And then it's smaller city, even Virginia, it's not New York, it's not LA, so it's like, she's reporting real time what's happening on a local level. It's the same shit happening on a large scale level. We can get upset with what Virginia is.
Virginia is a big state. Seriously.
You know what I'm saying? I know.
Huh? Yes, that is a string of cities, like major cities with like 30
Virginia is a poor fucking state.
Virginia is a rich state. What are you talking about? Northern Virginia has some of the highest per capita income.
Virginia has the highest county.
Northern Virginia.
Yeah, but Virginia is not a poor state.
Loudoun County.
Would you say that about Northern California?
Look up Loudoun County.
You done said enough for tonight. You just stay on mute. This is enough. I was listening. You was doing a lot of that extra stupid talk. Mute up for now, forever. Thank you. Y'all just continue. I'm confused.
I was confused too, but I was trying to listen intently because Dr. Goddard wanted us to go ahead and play this out. So I played it out. I understood some of it, and then the rest of it, I didn't understand where there was an issue or what's going on. Because
Yeah, it was confusing at first.
and I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, we partly invited this conversation because we were talking about, everybody was criticizing the Democratic Party, and the whole question was, whether or not the whole party is weak, or, do we need to do other things, do we need to have fighters, what's going on with the
We definitely need
consultants.
to have fighters. It's just, to me, it's getting a little bit to the point where, like, what's going on now? All the stuff that's happening for the last, let's just do 30 days. I ain't going back any further. What have we seen that's showing us that the Democrats are stepping up there trying to take advantage of this fucking layup or whatever? I'm not gonna sit here and bash them all night. I'm just asking questions, and it's not to be bashing them. It's more informational. Maybe I don't see it. Maybe I don't know. But it's saying that all the polls are saying that Dems polls show the party's favorability at record low. I just pulled up another one. So I mean, this is the way we're going into the midterms. I'm just trying to understand, like.
They need to figure out, and look, the Democratic Party is like a concept, is not one thing, right? You got your local clubs, you got your county, you got your state, you got a bunch of different federal institutions. Like, there isn't one thing, even though I know we talk about it that way all the time. So some places they do a good job. Like, I think the Wisconsin State Democratic Party does a pretty good job, for example. just afraid that I don't see a lot of it happening.
One of,
Yeah, go ahead.
one of the main things that they need to stop, that they need to do is they need to paint a vision that is theirs. So much of what they do is we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us because we're not him. Vote for us to stop him. That's not giving the people anything to believe in. You have to give people a vision.
I think that they're relying on common sense, and that goes along the lines of what you just said too, Michael. It's just like, oh, well, people wouldn't vote for that. No, people are voting for that. That's the problem. And so we need to. It's all about, like, when I train people at work, it's about what's in it for me, right? And people need to understand this is how he's hurting you. Because the truth is, there are Democrats that are going to vote Democrat, and they came through voting Democrat. It's those Democrats that are on that outer edge of the circle and those independents that they need to reach out to, because that's who they lost.
You know what? I disagree. I think that Democrats are failing in a message, in one concise message. It's great that other states or cities or whatever, that their specific Democratic Party in that city or state is doing well, but that does not matter when the party has a messaging issue. For instance, this whole thing with Trump, right? And the Epstein files. This is a slam dunk for Dems. A slam dunk.
Yeah.
Like, why aren't you flooding the media? And I'm a Republican. They not vote for Trump, and I'm not mad. But what I see is, like, this is an easy win. Why aren't you flooding the media? Get your congressmen and your senators out there flooding the media, saying that we are the party of transparency. We are the party that wants to let the American people know that we want these things exposed. So whatever that messaging is, you can tell that they are conflicted on the messaging because they haven't come up with one concise message. Right? Like, this is just an easy win, and they're quiet. You know what flooded the news today? Mike Johnson. One person. When the Dems should have been standing on it. And I think, like, that is a misstep. And what we're seeing is Dems aren't loud enough about what they get right.
Everything in that logic is.
Well, I think Michael.
Not logic. Not even talking about
earlier. They're like both parties.
But if you're saying to people that have repeatedly shown you they do not care, now they could try. It would be nice to see them try, but I don't think it's gonna work. These people have shown time and time again they don't give a fuck. Whatever twist and turn he makes, they'll rock with it. So I think appealing to logic, like logical thing, like this is what he's doing to you, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna just be honest. I don't think.
But hold on a second. You just made it about Trump. I said nothing about Trump. I said Dems messaging, and see, y'all go to that. It should not be about anything that he did. You can touch on it, but make the case that you are there for the American people instead of being anti-Trump. That you are patriots, right? You carve out the messaging for your party instead of just being anti-Trump. And it's like almost second nature for y'all sometimes. It's like, oh, the Trump, we don't care. You gotta hold on to the people you have, because you didn't have like.
To ignore MAGA and act like that's who's running the party. So I mean, it is about Trump, whether we like it or not. That's literally, it's not even about being a Republican. It's about being this hardline MAGA, with these really extreme beliefs. And it's the culture. When anything, this culture is anti. So anything you say, if you could get enough hecklers or whatever, that's just that they're gonna go with that, because we're in an anti-intellectualism culture. And I honestly think the best thing to do is wait it out. Trying to figure out a way to message people that do not want to hear you is
capacity instead of getting down in the fucking mud and getting your hands dirty and playing that same game. That's the only explanation that makes any sense for not messaging or not taking advantage of something like this. So I understand both sides of it, but what does it really get you? I guess if you're playing the long game and you say, I don't want to participate in this foolish ass childishness with these people. Not only that, but our constituency doesn't like that shit. But the other side of it is your constituency also wants to see you fight back. So it's kind of it's a confusing message, and I think all of it renders them to just stand still. So I don't really know how to explain that, but that's the best that I think that it is. That's what the only thing that makes sense in the larger scheme, when they just do absolutely nothing. Like where Chad was saying that you can take advantage of this messaging and say, hey, listen, release this, even if there's no merit to it. Still look like you're pushing back or look like you're fighting back. Well, I think they have convinced themselves, and I can see both sides of it. That's even as I'm saying it. It's kind of a difficult.
What you're saying and what I just explained about my situation or what I experienced is exactly how I feel. I was around a bunch of people who was acting like children.
I don't think the same thing.
In the middle of something that's supposed to be so serious. How can I take them serious?
Who's acting like children? I don't know what you mean.
The Democrats were acting like children?
To me, in the same way.
But that's not what I was saying. Did you follow what I was saying?
From what you described to me, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, but that's not.
I don't understand what you mean. How so?
It's like everybody when they want to quote Paul Wellstone, they want to use the feel-good quotes. But one of his quotes, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember it exactly, is like, when you aren't fighting for something, at some point you have to realize you don't actually believe in that. And that's a thing that I think is a real problem.
I don't understand what you mean that they. So I was, to be fair, I was trying to gather the angle that you were coming from. I think in terms of what you meant, like, are you dissatisfied with the Democratic Party, and are you using your local party as an example of carrying the torch for the entire
Is he in the Matrix or am I sure?
So your local party could be doing something completely in a way that is not reflective of the national party.
But from what you were describing, even with how they're handling, like the young lady.
I'm just
They don't have anything really for a person to follow. To me.
so I don't know what the Virginia party does. I don't know, and I don't even know what city you're in. You said Newport News. Newport News. I don't know how the politics run in Newport News. I don't know what they've been
Let me ask you something. I want to be clear exactly what.
But I wasn't saying. Oh, that's what I was getting to. I wasn't saying what you were saying. So I'll be clear. What I'm saying is the National Party has always had a problem with messaging, but it's from two frames of mind. One being that I'm going to be the adults in the room. I'm not going to descend into madness like the party across the aisle, meaning the Republicans, has descended into madness because their message largely does not resonate, and the things that are important to them do not resonate with a lot of Americans, not even people who have traditionally been a part of their party. Their direction does not align with most of the American people. So they have resorted to things in order to control power and to stay in power, not to govern, but to stay in power. So that is not the same. I think the party across the aisle, meaning the Democrats, have been frozen and been paralyzed, even though they have not really been good at messaging ever. So I mean, there's there's something to be said there as well. So this is not really much different than what they've always done, to be fair, but it's not been this bad. I think when it's as obvious as it is, they've allowed that to paralyze them and to do nothing instead of making a decision to either respond and participate in that to some degree, or to go in the complete opposite direction, and as RJ eloquently put in the chat, is to actually have a message, a vision of the future, to keep saying that, but either message has to be constantly coming at people the same way the nonsense has been coming at other people, which, to be fair, listening to what you have said, it has reached you too. Because I've heard a lot of your critiques about the Democratic Party, like I hear many of the people who are not really informed about the politic. But because the propaganda has come, because they message harder, meaning the Republicans, and I'm saying that without malice, they message harder, they say things all the time. Why they have to do that? Because their message does not resonate with people, so they have to keep pushing it out there, and for people who don't understand it in balance, they tend to go with the message that they hear because they really don't understand either one. But if I can convince you that the Democrats aren't doing anything for you, even though you don't know whether or not that's happening locally or nationally, it's just very confusing. You will be upset with the Democrats, and most of your critiques will be for the Democrats, even though the other side, in which Scotty was alluding to, the other side of the party is doing absolutely nothing for you. As a matter of fact, they're doing things to hurt you. Now, there may be instances when the Democrats could do more, and they absolutely can. They have been paralyzed, like I said, but I'm saying that they're instead of trying to say, listen, I'm going to check myself into this party and try to make this thing move forward, it's just critique after critique after critique to tell you what they're doing wrong. That's what I've heard from you. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying.
Can I inject you something into the part to actually do the work?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
To actually find. That's what I'm trying to do. When I injected myself in the part to actually do the work, this is what I see. This was the result.
But you keep taking us back to where you are, and we've got that messaging already. Yeah, that's what I mean. Where she is, that's what I'm saying. Where you are, where she is.
This is who you have to get messaging to. This is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Very difficult when you kind of running up against a wall. Like, people do not want to hear certain stuff. Like, they're just kind of resistant to it. That's just what I've noticed. We spent, Quinn, and you know this, before the election came, we spent hours. Brooklyn, you was there telling people, all right, y'all know he finna, do X, Y, and Z. And everybody was, nah. And this is why I think this, because everybody who said he wouldn't do it, he did it. Then they still was riding with him. Everything that he's done, he was the president of no war, now he dropping bombs on niggas. And for everything he does, they make a convulsion or a switch to somehow understand it. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, y'all gonna rock with that, to whatever. What I think is the better option to me is to watch them split apart, because to me it looks like they're about to have a civil war. I just don't think that there's nothing that any Democrat could say to sway the public from what they're doing right now. I really don't. I don't think they do have a messaging problem, but even if they had a good message, it still wouldn't work. I don't think.
But that's not the point. That's not the point, though, and that's not the point I was making, because I don't understand why that keeps being countered, right? Like I'm not understanding, because the messaging problem is, I mean, have y'all seen your approval ratings? Like, what matter of fact, let me make an example. Yeah, it's lower, right, Brooklyn? So Brooklyn, what are the things that matter to MAGA? Give me 3 things.
The trans people,
Immigration.
immigration. Why the fuck I think immigration
Who's pushing that?
So a lot of people are pushing it. Wait, I think a lot of people, y'all. Wait a minute. I mean, look, I have criticism for the party, but I don't think that it's fair, and it's not even accurate to say that nobody's doing anything. I mean, first of all, the Democrats are pushing people to be out in the streets to show their values and to show with their actual bodies that they disagree with Donald Trump's policies. That's extremely
the issue may be
You're mixed all of you missing it.
the issue may be I think the issue with all of it may be that they may be doing all of these things, but the people don't know it because the people we see every day is the shit show that the Republicans are putting us through, and not anything. Right, and it's like the Democrats need to talk more and louder or whatever, and be seen and do all of the things that Trump did when he lost in 2020. I think, like, even if it's a waste of time, they need to do it. Need to be repetitive for people to, you know what I'm saying, see all the time. But all we see is really nothing. Like, you don't think so?
Thank you, Brooklyn. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like what Republicans and repeal and replace, right? With Obamacare. They really just wanted to repeal it. But they never brought anything else to the table that was better than Obamacare. So their fight against Obamacare failed because they just wanted to be anti-Obamacare, and it didn't work. That's what I'm saying. Dems got to do. You can't. It was a no kings protest. Great. Now what? What was to come out of that no kings protest? Right? It should be. It should no.
We don't control anything.
Well, the thing is, are y'all increasing? Are y'all increasing like new candidates?
Yes.
Is there a concerted effort for that?
There's more people running for the Democratic Party than any time. No, but there's like a crazy number of Democrats running up and down the ballot across the country everywhere you look. I think that they're running more than they were running in 2017. And 2017 was supposed to be really crazy. When it comes to protests are off the charts. There are way more protests in 2025 than there were in 2017, and there were a lot in 2017. A lot. 2025 is like doubling that up or tripling that up. So like there's energy, but none of that energy is really from the Democratic Party. Like, let's not get it twisted. That's grassroots energy, which is great. I'm here for it, and I hope the Democratic Party has the good sense to try to incorporate that energy into the party to build on it. That would be great. Like, that would be fantastic. The people are ready. The people are ready to move. They're ready to be led. But what I would say is that the Dems have two key problems that people were kind of speaking to. One is a distribution problem. Like, it's hard to be loud when you don't control the platforms. Republicans are loud because they control the platforms. They've worked for 50 years to correct to control the platforms. The Democrats are way behind. Way behind. They got a lot of work to do, and they need a lot of money to do it, unfortunately. But they have the other one is the messaging that they do isn't values driven. Like, if I hear one more climate activist use the phrase parts per million, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. No one cares about parts per million. That's not what it's about. Like, connected to people's lives. Like, there's a bunch of, campers who just died because of climate change. You can't, figure out how to message that. Like, it's not that hard. And so they gotta make it simple. Like, values. Connect to people, because we all have different values. Like, I don't know everyone on the stage, but I can tell you the people that I've connected with, it's because we share values. You can live a whole other life, but where we share values, we can connect.
And that's exactly what they do.
Man, I don't give a fuck.
Okay. I think that the whole there's a certain way that these things do go, and I think you have to just look at history. I mean, you talk about our land. And for the people that are Democrats, don't get psyched out. Let's not. This is a woman, a black woman who came in the game with 90 days on the clock, raised the most money that's ever been raised, and got extremely close. I don't think a lot of other people could have accomplished that feat. So
But
just
they
think if you
call it
let me
them. I
finish.
voted for her, and I'm a Republican.
I'm not talking to you. So
Clearly.
don't right. I'm not, so I don't even know why you keep responding while I'm talking. I'm trying to be respectful. Come on now. But like acting like she didn't do well or she just got mobbed is crazy because she didn't. She got very, very close, and had she had a little more time, she probably would have watched him. I'll laugh.
Can I say something real quick? Peace to the room. Hello, good evening. I just think it's interesting that a lot of people have a lot of things to say about the Democratic Party, about how they're losing, about how they don't do anything, about how they're unpopular, about all these things. They actually have no comprehension of any of the special elections that happened this year. One, you're in a state in the world where we just had an election last year that, yes, we did lose. We would have lost by a lot more had Kamala not been on the ticket, and Biden been on the ticket and went to Poland, which I'm sure none of you read. Secondary, when you look at all of the different special elections, Democrats have overperformed in almost every single one, including Florida, where Josh Wheel is running for the Senate seat that Marco Rubio had. It's Ashley Moody, the lieutenant governor, who's been appointed by DeSantis, which I know probably that you know as well. Secondly, when it comes to the party, you do have a lot of candidates. You have an open performance. You have a long list of people who decided to start running who aren't going to run. You have people, even Dave Cobb, very much on the far left, who he's propped up. Yeah, they're not winning because a lot of the establishment then, or more liberals that have decided to run, they're the ones winning. Like you look at the primary tonight in Arizona 7, which I'm sure no one probably followed in this room. The daughter of the man who died, we'll say that, maybe no dog memory. She actually won the primary, not David Hobbs candidate. But Democrats aren't doing anything. Democrats aren't winning. No one's running. Everyone's doing everything wrong. Both sides are the same. Democrats will never win again. Democrats have no strategy. Democrats didn't just go in New York. Yes, in a D+30 state, but their far left candidate didn't just overperform and actually make history with his particular numbers. Democrats, no one cares. Democrats are going to lose New York. Democrats, all the Republicans lose to the Republican that's in the House that's going to run against her. Democrats are going to lose everything. California is going to be lost. Let me mention, Cheryl over in New Jersey, she's going to lose too because the dumbasses in this room think so. They don't know anything about politics. They don't follow politics. They don't listen to anything. They are retarded people who come on this app and run their mouth. They don't actually study or know any data. They can't cite any sources. They don't know anything about the party. They just know about the box. That's exactly how this party always, how people always are on this app. Come on, spread bullshit, misinformation, have dumb anecdotal experiences that don't actually amount to anything, saying can't this thing instead of can this thing. And we sit in this room and listen to them because people are fucking stupid and we're bored on that. I pointed out, Lord, and go back to the audience, because it's embarrassing to listen to some of you talk about things you don't know about anything you're fucking talking about. You're actually retarded. Stop talking about politics. You need to read a book, actually get on. You don't even have to watch CNN. You can go watch any other news program. Talk about the local elections, talk about all of the swing states, swing districts, the vulnerable ones. What is the $90 billion recession package that was voted on that recounts and colleagues voted that they won't even allow to proceed? You don't know. You don't know about anything that the Dems are doing behind the scenes to stop certain things. You don't know about Josh Hawley, who decided, oh, I'm a Republican and I'm going to now try to put an amendment forth, a bill forth that's going to say, guess what? The Medicaid that we voted for in the OBB will no longer go into effect. Like, you don't follow politics. You run your mouth, you go on Twitter, you go on Facebook, you see your dumb old relatives talk about shit. You don't understand anything they're talking about. These rooms are important to educate people, but a lot of you don't want to educate. You're just stupid and wrong. Sit in your dumb opinions and think your vote matters. It does not matter. Your one opinion doesn't matter. The collective is not on your side. You're one of unfortunate, forgotten idiots who are never going to change your mind. And no one cares about trying to evangelize you. I don't care if you in this room think that's what it is. Fuck you. I don't care. You're wrong. I'm right.
Okay, I agree. Hold on. I've been trying to jump in. Hold on, y'all. Is that Lisa? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Lisa. I haven't done that before. Go ahead, girl.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to be disrespectful, but I'm trying to just stay quiet because of certain subjects that I'm not
I can't read your resume before you start talking. I don't see your transcripts. I don't see any of that, so I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know you. Your circles with mics on there, so I have to wait for you to start talking. So let's understand who you are, how much you know, and whatever. So let's try to figure out. Um, let's just keep on opening up the subject because there is a problem. There is a messaging problem, and if anyone disagrees, I like to hear it. But someone said it very well, or like Trump strongly, that this is a layup. All the stuff that's happening now, I've been the ones, I don't want to say me, I'll just say it's been said over and over and over that the Dems should be hitting hard. They should be everywhere. It should be them. We should see them everywhere talking about all this shit. They got so much. Damn. To talk about and to get themselves set so where the people who we call as stupid, dumb, and whatever can hear these, and that's. I'm not gonna do that again because you automatically turn off your audience just because you're calling them stupid and dumb. Yesterday I lost my fucking mind when somebody called me stupid. They didn't know me from Adam, and you just gonna call me stupid when I open my mouth and I'm getting ready to say, you don't know me. I don't know you. So I'm not going to do that tonight, maybe another day, but I love what you said, Matt, because everything you said was 100% correct. We do need to do a little bit more time studying. The young lady was talking about her stuff locally because that's what she knows. I don't know anything about Virginia. I'm barely keeping up with California and New York, but I'm leaving myself open to learn. So anybody else want to jump in right now? I'm sorry I cut somebody off. You can jump in.
Lisa, I want to jump in. Just three quick things. Somebody asked what was the name three things that the Democrats stand for. I can tell you that. It's maintaining the social net for those who need it through Medicare, Medicaid, and universal health care as much as they can. Shoring up unions through labor so people can have a livable wage. And then, of course, education, right? And as well as, champion the little person. As somebody said something about Mike Johnson went on air and called for the release of the Epstein files. You guys know not to fall for the okie doke, right? He went on Fox News and he said that, and then guess what he did in the House? He voted along with 210 other Republicans to not disclose anything. So he shows one hand, and then when it comes down to work, he hides the other. So that doesn't mean anything. Lohana and Massey, they put together an act, I think, to be voted on, I believe tomorrow, is called the Epstein Transparency Act, where they're asking for an up and down vote to have everything released, unredacted, everything released within 30 days from the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I see them making movement on that issue. The last thing, somebody said it earlier, the Republicans have backed Fox News. Go look at the ratings as to how many million viewership they get. Do you guys know that CNN, YouTubers are getting more views than CNN?
Mm-hmm.
You guys know that, right?
Let me hit that. Yes, we do know that.
Yeah. So our thing isn't in legacy media. It's in building our own. I mean, they had Voice of America and that wasn't successful. Maybe now in modern times they can do another thing like that. But it's an independent media, and having the Democrats, Congress people and senators not think they're too good to go to these YouTubers because, quite frankly, Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, Kyle Kalinske, Breaking Point, they're getting more viewers than CNN. And they're giving, and I know some of them are getting more than MSNBC, but Fox is a megahorn, and they get that message, and then it's filtered through all the large Republican MAGA influences, Benny Johnson, the lib of TikTok, what's that other guy, Joe Prosovic. They have millions, and then of course Elon Musk, the algorithm, it's stacked. It's stacked against a huge um, it's a whole platform that MAGA has that it just works in. It is very well coordinated, and the Dems have not come up with anything that rivals that. And until they do, even when they do have a message, it's not amplified because they don't have the infrastructure. I yield.
Yeah, you have to get ahead of the curve. So I mean, I think so. I think that first of all, we can critique something, we can love something, and still critique it. Right? We have to establish that because I may or someone else may say something that is about the Democratic Party, and we have a critique doesn't mean that I'm going against the party. It's and nobody implied that. I just wanted to put that out there just in case. But I think that the bigger problem that the Dems do in some cases is their plans are better. The way that they want the direction they want the country to go in is way better. So it's frustrating sometimes when that message doesn't reach even the people that they that actually support them. Now, the American people, by and large, are not politically informed or otherwise educated people. So we have to approach that with that in mind. And we can be real about that and not be insulting. That is the reality of where we are. So we tend to wait sometimes until the Republicans fuck things up so poorly that they don't have another choice but to swing back to the left. And then once you have gotten the reins, and then you're showing people the direction the country's going in, and it's a good thing. You don't take advantage of that and continue messaging even when you are doing things that are good. See, we are doing things that are good. We're trying to advance the American people in the right direction. This is what we are doing for you. This is what we plan on doing. But what we allow them to do is to message better than they do, even when you're doing better than they are. So it appears to the people that I just described that you're not doing the job the right way. Even though each time they grab the reins, they are not interested in governing in any way. And then they fuck the whole thing up, and then we start the cycle back over again, having these wild swings from the right to the left. That is in the most recent 25 to 30 years in the most recent 25 to 30 years. So the messaging has. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that messaging has to be better. Like, even when you're doing better, you still have to message. And Democrats sometimes have, they give people more credit than probably we should, in that they understand what's being done for them is the right thing. And of course, they're going to continue voting this way because this is what's being done for you. This is what we've been able to achieve. But you have to keep gloating. You have to keep doing that because that's the era that we're in. You have to keep doing that. The messaging is important, and that's why it is important, Levon, even if you're lying like a Mike Johnson is, and where he goes back and does something completely different after he comes to the podium and says that it is important to say that because there are people who get stuck at that podium. They don't pay attention to what he's done after he's left. And they continue their effort to support based on that. So I've been on here a couple times and said, listen, I don't like to call people stupid. I don't like to say that. But I mean, the bottom line is that it is applicable to some people, and we have to treat them accordingly if you want their vote. We don't have time to educate people. At least not in this. Now that needs to be long-term effort. Because you can keep people doing the right thing if you can do that. But the reality is that's not where we are as a country. We have to continue messaging to people to tell them what you're doing, and they will listen.
And it's not just what you say. It's also the fact that you say anything at all. I used to be a DNC member. My term ended last year, and at the Black Caucus meetings, we would have different people talking to us about different things. And one of the things they talked about was how Republicans are making inroads with black males, especially young black males. And the point of his whole thing was that, after the elections, Democrats don't say anything. And so the Republicans were saying things. And even though the stuff they were saying was wrong and not true, the fact that there was nothing being said from the other side, that allowed them to actually make inroads among young black people, especially young black men.
It's tough though, man, because you don't want to insult people, but damn it, at this point, there's too much at stake. point, they're dumb, lean in, you have to message to them accordingly. I'm sorry, that's just what we are. And it's shitty but people have their own responsibility to catch up. Now, to be fair, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. No, I'm just talking. Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say one great, rare example where the Democrats really, really, really did well and media worked along with them was that Kilmore Abrego Garcia. The work that Chris Van Hollen did and a couple of the other congressmen by shining a consistent, persistent light, not the fact that they're championing that he could have done any crimes, but that he didn't have due process. And I will tell you, if it wasn't for his work and the media constantly giving a spotlight to it and the other Democrats, keep banging the drum, he would not be in the United States. They'd have kept him in CCOT. And then they got shy because they weren't sure, the Republicans wanted to pick the possible human trafficking or whatever. But they did an excellent job. And I will tell you, some may not be able to see it, but Trump, two main platform ideas, he's underwater. He is not plus with immigration any longer, and he's not plus with the tariffs any longer, and even his own people hate the big ugly bill in polls. So they have made headway in those three areas. They just need to find a way to flip it and say we're going to do differently in small bite-sized words and meanings that people can understand and not, big policy papers or what have you. But they have made headway, and I'm thinking that they're on track on flipping the House. Unless they do something, they gerrymander or whatever, but they're on track to flipping the House. So, and we saw what they did I'm finished right now. You saw what they did in Wisconsin. They withstood $20 million that Elon pumped into that judge race. We saw that Democrat that won in Iowa broke tradition. We saw, I think it was, even in Florida, the two races here, they didn't win, but they came very close. And that was Matt Gates' old area, which is very, very red. They came incredibly close. So something's brewing. They just need to keep on doing with more fewer and more simplicity. And I think you may start to see those numbers change. Are you?
I think it's a big deal when you have an Epstein, Donald Trump talking about not wanting to reveal the Epstein problems. I don't know if there's an actual list, but I'll just say problems. And if anything's revealed that he's on it or people in his party that he's associated with, if they're on it, there are many reasons I would imagine why they want to keep that private, because it would make the country possibly want Donald Trump to be impeached, because that's really bad. I don't care what people say when you're doing stuff to children, allegedly, because I don't know if Donald Trump did anything to children, but if he did, he talks about grabbing women and stuff, so let's be real, he might have grabbed a child and not wanted people to know. There was video of him in media and stuff hanging out with Epstein. So I don't know. I just think that it's a really strange time to try to have something covered up, because he knows that if that was revealed, that it would cost him. It would also be funny if Elon Musk used his capabilities and hacked or found that list. That would be weird, or found something related to that. That would be weird. I don't know if there's an actual list, but if he found the problems, that would be huge. That would be wow.
Nobody's doing none of this.
But now they're saying he did it.
No, I know they're not doing that. I didn't say they did that.
No, I just think that it's important that we keep set expectations, and I don't want us I feel like we get we say things that sound good to us, but we have to remember what type of constituency and meaning the millions of Americans that we're dealing with. And I would just, go listen to some of these podcasts and just go look at how many viewers they yield, and just look at the ignorance and how, trying to beat them at their own game, I do not think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work.
I don't think there's much.
Yeah.
So, I think that everybody can agree on certain things. Like, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. You probably have an issue with the idea of the increase in human trafficking. You probably have agreement around the fact that our education system needs to be rehauled. I mean, there are things that we could talk about we probably agree on that would get us closer to some type of cohesion than, always being on one side or the other of the aisle on every single issue. You know what I mean?
But where is that? But where, like in the past, where has there been a place where we all were like, oh, this is bipartisan, we all agree? It's not. We're not there as a country. I just think that we should really, we're not. Even if we do agree, the pride and the attitudes on both sides are not. We're not conceding. Both sides are not doing that. So
you said idea. You kind of took the stage from me, but listen. Okay. So are you saying that there's on both sides of the aisle, they're on opposite sides of the fact that we have a housing problem?
They don't care. Yeah. It's just that they don't care. People would rather be racist and be poor. They don't care. They keep showing you that. And the thing is like we keep being like, oh my God, they still gonna stick beside them? Yes. They keep showing you they don't give a fuck. And it just gets exhausting when we keep being like, well, if we do this message, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. You doing all of this, just do the stuff that, the stuff that we learned in civics to try to flip the party. And then when it's time, we can, surprise bitch. Now we got all our shit together. We got all our ducks in a row. Now we are forced to.
Because you don't have an agenda. What is this?
We have plenty of agendas. The agenda right now is to just get this motherfucker out of here. That should be the agenda.
Yeah, but is there one thing that both sides can agree? I'm sorry. Is there one thing that both sides? Because I think it's not what you were asking. I'm just inferring. Is there one thing that both sides can say? You know what? We agree that this is something that needs a change. That something has to be done.
Oh no, there's nothing. No.
But you're both being a little disingenuous about that. Of course, there are things and places where we can find agreement. There are, but there's several things that we can find agreement on. The problem is that we don't all prioritize the same things. So because I think healthcare may be important, you may think it's important too, but you don't prioritize that over immigration because you've been convinced. Well, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general. Because there's some people that don't prioritize it over immigration. Why? Because they have been convinced that immigrants are taking their jobs. And because they're taking their jobs, that somehow this is more important than their health care, at least in the point where you're asking them that. So yes, to answer your question and to answer her question, there are places where we find agreement. There's several places where we find agreement. What we don't find is where we prioritize those things. And because we don't prioritize them for different reasons. Some of them are quite fucking stupid. And you can't find middle ground with people who don't have a fundamental understanding of what it is that they are either critiquing or they agree with.
And you can't use logic on a person that says that if I'm saying, hey, you're gonna lose your health care. These things are vital, and you're still talking about a trans person in a bathroom in California, and you live in Kentucky. We don't have a middle ground, baby. It ain't nothing that I can do for you. And me continuing to spin my wheels talking to you, and that's what you care about. You have heart disease, and these are real things as a person that works in insurance that I've dealt with. You have heart disease. You are at risk of dying within the next 7 months. And you are talking about drag queens reading books in a state that you never lived in. You don't even have kids. So there's no middle ground there. There's no like, because you're not logic. You may understand healthcare is important, but you think a fucking drag queen reading a book at an optional Barnes and Noble thing is more important than that. You would rather hurt or get something done about that than get millions of people health care or get millions of people raising wages or something. So when you have people that think like that, they're like, where do you come together at?
And that's
There's no really coming together.
But that was my issue, or my interpretation of prioritization. If we're saying, like, for example, immigration, if both sides have like a commonality to immigration, and I get like, okay, for group A, that is priority number two, but group B is prioritization number seven. But if you know for a fact it's like y'all have to meet somewhere, like why not start with that? If you both know that is on your checklist of things to do, why not start there and then
We've done that, and then they every time. I mean, just MAGA, they've rejected it. So I just think that trying to persuade them is just a dead. I think everybody we're gonna have to get newer young people that are just starting to that are just coming of age to vote, and the people that sat out or whatever that didn't have. Those are the people we're gonna have to focus on. But this messaging that they're doing to these, I would say, radicalized right wing people is just we're gonna look goofy doing that. You know what I mean? Kamala can't come out and say something. She's she's a lawyer. She's a woman who has accomplished things. Like, she's a smart person. She can't stoop that low, and it's not gonna be convincing, and it is gonna turn smart motherfuckers that fuck with her off. So she can't come out and say, yeah, no tax on tips, and I'm gonna promise you all, because she knows that, like, you got logic just has to prevail. It just has to. You cannot run a country. We're seeing that without logic.
Yeah, it's not gonna. You're trying to find common ground with people who are looking through a different lens. So I understand fundamentally what you're trying to say, but there is either a bit of naivete, which I think it is, and listen, I don't blame you for that, because that seems like the most logical approach. But when you look at this thing more micro than you do macro, you understand that these aren't people that are trying to find common ground with you. What they are convinced of, and what they have been convinced of, is that you are taking things that inherently belong to them. So everything is from that lens. Even if they don't really, and I'm not going to give them that much credit, they understand what they're doing. Now, I'm going to stop saying that, because some of them don't, but most of them do. They understand that what they feel like is that fundamentally is that you are taking from them, or the people are detracting from them. That's the whole basis of what people have a problem with, what those people have with immigration, and the others have been convinced of. So what you're saying falls on deaf ears with them, not with other people. So you have people trying, as Just was just saying, you have people trying to extend an olive branch to people who aren't interested in that. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to find a way around them. And the good news is that there is a way around them. We haven't spoken to people. There's a large segment of people in this country, if we're just talking about voting, who just don't fucking vote. Now, they are a problem too. So they are a problem in the sense that they are apathetic and pathetic as far as I'm concerned. But we have to address them in a way that is that speaks to whatever it is that they think is not being addressed. So there is ground to be made perceivably with those people. With the ones you're talking about, there is absolutely no reason. I have no interest in talking to people who are fundamentally invested in my demise. I don't give a fuck about them. I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire.
Some of them are gonna be polite and not call them dumb. Bitch, you are stupid, and you're trying to kill me, like, and literally actively trying to kill me, and I can't call you stupid. Oh no, I'm gonna call you stupid. I'm definitely gonna say that, and I'm going to repeat it because you need to know. And my thing is change the culture. The culture right now is to be dumb. Dumb is okay. To be uninformed is cool. Like, as long as you're louder. But if we can gradually change the culture to where being dumb is not cool. You know, where it is better to be smart and informed. At least know what's going on because that's bound to happen. Fucked up shit that's going on, you're gonna have to know what's going on. And when this stuff starts hurting people, because it will, and as a person who works in insurance, it's wearing people out already. All fucking ready. And we are a year in, bro. Like, you gotta think, this man's approval rating has dropped. We're not even a full year in. It's dropped this much. And he just made this big, beautiful bill is what, to me, is gonna kill him. Is going to clip a lot because it's gonna affect a lot of people in Texas, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, the places that he won overwhelmingly and that have went for him, and they are seeing. I talk to him every day. How stupid that, and how much they are gagging, like literally gagging. That insulin that was $35 that they enjoyed while they were talking about, Sleepy Joe and all of that. It's a done deal, my nigga. And so you and your 14K a year are going to have to find out how to get some insulin because of your president and all the insurance companies. It's in the language. You have to it's the administration. So I just say, give it another year, and then let's revisit.
Jeff, aren't they about to lose hospitals too?
Yeah, two of them. We handling two right now that just said, hey, we already know we're not even gonna be able to make it. So, and these people are scrambling, and I mean, come on, bro. You're in a county in Texas. What I do is once I talk to them or deal with them, I get right off the phone and I go and look at the county and I go look at what color it is.
Wow.
I sure do because I want to see. What that lesson gonna be, and it be blood red counties. So why is my insurance gone, baby? Call up there to the White House, homegirl.
They don't really understand the ramifications of the things that are happening to because literally they
thought they was playing.
It happens, right?
They really thought they was playing, and they thought like, oh, like, and when you explain it to them, and these are people with surgery scheduled and stuff like that. I deal with very and they be devastated, like truly, truly devastated, and that's what being uninformed and being hateful get your ass. And like you said, you think is going beyond them thinking you're taking from them. I just don't want you to have it. I don't want you to be able to live. Or have a prosperous life or be healthy. I just don't want you to. People are hateful, bro. And when all of this stuff starts bouncing back on people, healthcare is going to be what tax.
And they also think you're doing it on their dime, right? Like they think that somehow their quote unquote taxes are paying for things that they don't agree with. When in actuality, it's actually them who are consuming the tax money of other people because you're poor. You are being paid. You are the ones that are consuming the tax dollars. It's not.
They don't get it. They don't even know what Medicaid is. They don't know what the qualifications are. You really have people. Literally, there was a big thing like a few years ago. Actually last year, where people would be like, we don't want to call it Obamacare. Oh, like you don't. Like when there's all this, what about this? I'm gonna call it Obamacare, and guess what? This is the only thing your bitch ass qualify for. So luckily, Obama had some care. Cause you'd be dead. Like this is mind blowing to me. Like literally a whole thing where we had a meeting. They said, "Hey, could you not refer to it as Obamacare?" People, what?
Wow. The crazy thing about that is the ACA has some of the richest benefits of all plans. They have like 12 essential health benefits that are required for all plans, individual and small group.
Yeah, PPACA is just a marketplace. It's not a plan. It's just a marketplace where you can go and choose from different insurances that have requirements where you can actually afford the care. Hence the name of the actual legislation that brought it to pass. Just like there's
a plan you get on.
Yeah, that's crazy. So there's a living example of this right in the chat. So just to answer Snap and I forget the brother's name that was just up here. There are people who are completely resistant to good information, like this cat Hulky. Not only is his name stupid, but so is he. Like his identity is tied to this stupidity. He can't get out of the endless circle to have any critical thought of his own. It is literally about Bloods and Crips for him. That's it. He is a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about. And he's not the only one. Some of them are going quiet because they know better. They at least know that much better. But he is an example of the persistent stupid that happens as a part of what we're talking about. He can't get right. He does, no matter what, he is bought into the exchange between the Reds and the Blues.
Because
he doesn't understand it.
We tolerate those people instead of telling them to shut the fuck.
Okay, so hold on, you guys. I have this. I have to share. I've been trying to share it. We went. Okay, just let me do this. And who the guy that's in the room recording and putting it on your YouTube channel, and also putting profiles on your YouTube channel that you do every single night. We're trying to report you to Clubhouse. So this is. The profile part, I'm not really feeling, and you know who you are. So just because you're here under anonymous, that's not gonna help you.
Hey Lisa, is it the John Kitover dude?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he's always doing that. Nobody pays attention to him. He's a fucking quack. And I'm saying it on your YouTube. You're a fucking quack. Nobody listens to you. Dance around in your fucking underwear on your stupid fucking YouTube, looking like a fucking idiot. Now, play that for your people.
All right, here. Hold on, you guys. Let me just play this real quick, and then we'll come back to this conversation.
You have to play some copyrighted music if you and then they
That's That's actually a good strategy.
Oh, that is good.
And then even if they posted it, it'll get removed.
Yeah, but still, fuck you.
Yeah, play some Eagles or something. They don't.
Absolutely. I mean, you could do some black music, but.
Let me just get this clip out real quick, and then we can go back. I see you, Brian. Brian, did you want to say something quickly?
No, I can wait. I'm going to jump in.
Okay, real
New
quick.
evidence today of growing Democratic Party woes. A new NBC News poll shows that only 27% of registered voters view of the party. Its lowest rating in the poll in 35 years. The message? They want their party to fight back harder. On that point, NBC News has learned that House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met this weekend with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been facing backlash and questions about his leadership role after not blocking a Republican spending bill. Do you think that Leader Schumer is the best person to lead your caucus in this moment?
Senator Schumer certainly can lead this caucus.
Is he the best person?
He can lead this caucus, but we need to have a conversation inside the caucus about whether we are willing to stand up to Republicans. The only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is if we change our tactics.
Let's bring in Jake Sherman, co-founder of Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor, and Basil Smikle, former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party and an MSNBC political analyst. So, Basil, Democratic voters agree with Senator Murphy. Their party needs to change tactics. This is no surprise to you. We've talked about this, but this poll shows 65% of Democrats want party leaders to stick to their positions rather than compromise with President Trump. I mean, look, Chuck Schumer didn't create this problem, but who's going to be the one to deliver what the party is saying, this is what we want?
Yeah.
Oh, commercialize. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough poll. Let me just off the bat say that. But I think what voters are responding to is that they don't see the fight in Democrats. talked about, you and I have talked about this for quite some time, but this has been an ongoing challenge for the Democratic Party, that they feel that there's too much compromise. And, when you think about the vote that Schumer took on funding the government, but even before that, just think about that 10 Democrats supported a censure of Representative Green, who was removed from the chamber, and then have Representative Boebert say that he was waving up pinking. So if that in and of itself, that should tell you right then and there that there is no compromise, there is no rationalizing events with Republicans. That's how Democrats feel, and I think there are people who have been speaking to this. There's Representative Crockett from Texas. In the Senate, Chris Murphy's been great. Governors like Hochul and Pritzker and Illinois have been fantastic. Even mayors like the mayor of Baltimore and the mayor of Cleveland, for example. So there are Democrats all over the country that kind of represent the next generation of leadership. And I think what the party needs to do is really allow those voices to shine through even more than they have.
Well, Jake, while Democratic voters might be eager for a fight with Trump, you folks at Punchbowl News report that many more Senate Democrats than just the 9 who voted with Schumer agreed with his ultimate decision. So what's going on here? Are Senate Democrats out of step with voters? Are older Democrats out of step with voters? What's happening as you see it? And look at these, as Basil points out, not great poll numbers for Democrats.
Well, first of all, I don't mean to minimize this because I think Democrats have a lot of real problems, but they have almost no tools to fight with. It's just the reality. When you're in the minority in both chambers, you don't really have a lot of cards to play. I think Schumer's biggest mistake here was giving the indication that he was prepared to have a fight that he would have certainly lost, and then not having that fight. Because the only cudgel he really had, the only weapon he really had was to shut the government down and to not provide those votes for cloture. And I understand that Republicans are in control of the House and Senate. We need 60 votes to do anything in the Senate. Once that bill got through the House, the onus was on Schumer to decide yes or no. And I understand that's a frustrating thing for some people. But
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I feel like we have talked this in circles since, a couple days before it actually came to it. Voters are saying, show us something. The explanation of the tough decision that Chuck Schumer had to make, even though this poll is not reflective of that because it wasn't, done after that. But there's something else that Democrats seem to be missing here, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. I think the party is leaderless. It doesn't have a central figure for the first time in a long time. The former president, Joe Biden's not a figure. Barack Obama, has been out of the White House for quite some time now. And I think that's a big problem. And I think also when you're in that position and you have no legislative tools at your disposal and no ability to actually fight back, but the base's desire is to fight back, that's a really difficult position. Let me put it this way, there are basically no wins in the Democrats' future right now. They don't have any big special elections they can win. They have no big legislative fights where they've shown the willingness or the ability to fight. So I think that's all of those things put together make a pretty grim picture.
So, Basil, Hakeem Jeffries was on this network over the weekend. He's calling for a day of action tomorrow. And look, I think from the time that Joe Biden decided to step down, a lot of Democrats have shown that they are ready to take action, but here the Democratic Party remains, which this may sound like a snarky question, but is a day of action the best they've got?
Okay, that's what I'm gonna stop right there. It's only a few minutes left, so what do you guys think?
I think the backing down by Schumer around shutting down the government was just, I said it then, I'll say it again now, it was a terrible, terrible thing. And it just showed that he's weak. It was a weak move. What about what's happened since makes you think, oh, thank God he didn't shut down the government back then? Imagine the horrors that might have befallen us if he hadn't done that. It's what hasn't happened?
I agree. And this is, what was that?
Yeah, it really happened that he tried to stop. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. And And worse than that, he could have, stood up and showed his values and called them out and said, "Look at what they're willing to do to tear the country apart, to shut the government down, to hurt all these people. For what? For this nonsense?" And he could have, like, basically, made a point, made it loud and proud, and made it something that people could follow. And instead, he folded like a cheap ass tent.
Yeah, this is more of what I was talking about earlier, is that they always consider themselves the adults in the room. They're always going to do what we've always done.
Crazy.
They don't recognize the fight that you're in. You can't fight an old school fight when people are fighting it in a different, when they're not fighting by the rules. This is not a laced up, this is not you in the ring with somebody else with rules and two laced up gloves. That's not what this is. They've taken off the gloves and they have spikes on the boots. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And that is the problem I have with the Akeem Jeffries and the fucking Chuck Schumers, is that they want to fight it the way it's been fought, because under the guise that, well, you guys don't necessarily really understand or are paying attention to what can happen if we, in some way let the government shut down. If we were to let the government shut down, or this would happen here. You have to fight the fight the way it's being fought. And being the adult in the room is not always the answer.
They gotta get rid of Hakeem and Chuck Schumer. That's it.
They can't wrap their minds around the school, around the fight.
People for this moment.
That's
They're
correct.
not the right people. And they will never be, by the way.
Now, so Scotty, who's up next? If we get rid of Schumer and Jeffries.
I will tell you this, as a New Yorker, I don't want to see anybody from New York. I don't want to see anybody from Massachusetts. I don't want to see anybody from California. No disrespect
I agree.
to any of them,
Mm-hmm.
but I just need other people.
The problem is we need people who aren't there because they're the best fundraisers.
But
I think that's the problem.
Y'all be saying.
Man,
somebody.
Okay, here's someone who I absolutely love, was an up-and-coming rising star, who has legislative chops, who understands values, who wins in a hard-ass district to win in. I think Lauren Underwood is incredible. I think she's wonderful. I think she's one of the few people in the House that really is outstanding. Now, is she great at fundraising? Not really. Not at the rate of these other people. But I bet she would run that place beautifully. She's only in like her fourth term though, so she's a little green. But I absolutely love her. I think she's great. And on the other side, like in the Senate, I think Chris Murphy has shown that he's someone who's got some balls. I think I had mixed feelings about Cory Booker because of some stuff around pharmaceuticals.
Schumer and Jeffries, you know that.
Yeah, I take it back. You're right. I feel like Chris Murphy's shown that he's got something. I like I actually like my senator. I like Padilla. I think Padilla's good. But the main thing is like, are you someone who can stand up and be, a moral and a political leader who's going to like embrace the values and show the people that like what we really care about and what we're going to do, instead of kowtowing to special interests, which is what in particular Schumer has been incredible at. Like Pelosi, she was definitely kowtowing to money more often than I would like by a lot, but she did run the House incredibly well. Like her ability to whip votes is legendary for a reason, but like Schumer never had that. I don't know. I don't believe in Schumer at all.
No, Schumer has definitely outlived his usefulness. And listen, that comes for us all. He has served well, and during time when, Harry Reid's time came for him. Mitch McConnell's time came and went, and there's several people who have just Diane Feinstein. Everybody's time comes for them. Maxine Waters is up next. It's just that there are people whose time, all of our time will come.
And I just think they hold on to those reins. But to your point, they've been there so long. They are great fundraisers. But the reason they are good fundraisers is because they continue to do the bidding of people who keep us in that same place. So we have to have people in those positions who are doing the work of the people. They shot. Who are doing the work of people and not the work of special interest. And that's the problem in Congress. Those people are completely the people I just named. God love them. I mean, irrespective of their party, because God knows there's people on the other side of the aisle who don't care, who are completely doing the bidding of special interests. It's just it's the same thing. So they're definitely. But the other problem is this: who's running against them? Have there even been people who've tried to run against them? They don't.
Yeah, I mean, the Senate, there's more of an opportunity because, Schumer's getting up there, like Durbin's retiring, and he's been the number 2. So, there's a chance for there to be a pass off at some point in the not too distant future. But the problem is that they just, this is where they do this whole civility nonsense, and they pretend like they're into a ditch. It's like we shouldn't stick with them, It's like starting the same quarterback after 6 weeks of them throwing 3 picks. What are we doing?
That is a great example.
I just feel like you're gonna have to get the older people on board, and that to me, that's like they're always gonna vote for the blue, most centrist. Dependable, reliable. Because I was even when I was looking at my Mom Dami or whatever his name is, his voter turnout, the older people, they didn't really go to
feeling that, right?
They really was not. They wasn't going. They didn't care nothing about a grocery store or a bus.
Low rent, none of that shit.
So, I feel like they look like a lot of older people. They look at that as like a lot of older Democrats. They look at that as too radical, and so it's gonna have to be somewhere where we can meet in the middle with them because they're willing to split the vote. I don't think that the Republicans with MAGA and the I guess the regular Republicans, they're gonna fall in line. No matter how crazy, the Dems is not doing it. And I just think we're gonna have to get somebody that young and old people like.
I think also that there needs to be, and I think that Brother Gary, why am I late? I'm drawing blanks. Out of Baton Rouge, Gary, God bless him, I'm drawing blanks.
Gary Chambers.
Gary Chambers, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Gary Chambers has some great ideas as it pertains to the things that, because he's always thinking in the positive and not the negative. So I think that he had some some real critiques for the Democratic Party in the sense that they're not. There's 55% of our people who live in the South, and there is no substantive plan to reach out to our people. You can see the evidence of when we actually do that. The evidence of the 2020 election when there was a concentrated effort here to get people out to vote here in Georgia. That you see what happened. You were able to turn Georgia blue.
The only person I can see that I think has, and this is just vibes. I'm not talking about policy or anything. This is for presidential. The only person to me that I can see that has universal appeal, that I can see old people, young people fucking with, is the mayor of not the mayor, the governor of Westmore.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only person.
He bridges that gap.
That I could see my mom fucking with, my grandma fucking with. I like them. I could see young people liking them. I don't know of any, hopeful presidential candidate. Man, now maybe
Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom, maybe even Andy Beshear. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into more to Andy was sure, but Gavin Newsom, I don't think nobody from LA or New York is gonna fly.
Oh, LA, he's got LA.
No, I'm saying I don't think that the rest of the world is gonna be fucking with no.
Oh, you said outside.
He's from San Francisco for what it's worth,
Yeah.
but
Even those Republicans in LA love them some Gavin.
Yeah, so I think once on the stage, anybody at this point who can actually formulate fucking sentences will be an attractive candidate. But I think to your point, just I think Westmore is probably the most balanced, and Westmore because we know the least about his politics at this point. I mean, Gavin Newsom has a track record. Bashir has a track record. Um, uh, uh, Josh has a track record. So I mean, all of these people have records you can run on. Westmore has the Obama benefit, as I like to call it, where you really don't necessarily know his politics, and I think it's right for. I think it's right for a run. He's right for a run.
I just want to say one thing about the Senate Majority Leader. I just looked it up, and actually, once Durbin retires, the next person after that is Klobuchar. And I think she might actually be a decent Senate Majority Leader if she were to take it over. She's not my favorite. Like, her politics aren't mine, but I bet she'd be pretty good in that job.
She'd be bad. I don't think she'd be any worse than anybody else.
I think she's mean enough. Basically.
You think so?
Oh, she's mean, man.
Yeah, she's not Minnesota nice.
No. She's famously mean. Yeah. She's Nancy Pelosi was famed for saying that she eats nails for breakfast. Amy Klobuchar has a bit of that in her.
Scotty, what you said about Westmore?
Oh, I said the Bashir Westmore ticket. That's what I like.
With who being the vice president?
Bashir, because he'll be by then he'll be two-term and term-limited governor of Kentucky, twice elected Democrat in a very red state, with a good record, with a good track record. And Westmore, I think, only has one term under his belt. I think it'd be a good geographical combination and a nice spec.
So, you guys, I found an article in New York Times where everybody's talking about this. This just started coming on my radar because I didn't know that everybody was talking about the Dems and their lack of messaging and lack of, just lack. So, this article from the Times from today is Democrats are working on new tactics after losing 2024. And among the ideas being promoted is new tactics is knocking on every single door in a House district and awarding cash prizes for the most effective way to reach voters. The article, I'm not going to read this whole thing because you guys can go ahead and read it. I can't drop it in the thing because I'm on a desktop right now. There is one point of consensus in the deeply fractured Democrat Party is that the old ways of doing business just aren't cutting it. So many of the party's most analytically minded strategies have begun focusing their energies on dissecting the tactical and technical decisions that led to last year's devastating defeats and dreaming up proposals to overhaul the machinery of progressive politics. Now, what they were talking about with the cash prizes, they were going to ask for, I don't know why, they were going to go do a mass text message campaign and was asking for different ways what would be different ways to improve the Democratic messaging, and they would look at them and analyze them. I'm just paraphrasing it, and give out $100,000 to people whose ideas sound the best. And they also figured out that having people knock on everybody's door is astronomically expensive, so they don't even know if they'll be able to do that. But I don't like either one of those ideas. What do you guys think? It's goofy. Yeah, that is very goofy, right? I don't know what's going on here.
But so let me say two things because I've been listening while I was working. Now I'm home.
or about to be home, just about to drive up. We've been talking about the people. I honestly, I hate to say it, but I think Justice is probably right. Is this is a long-term problem that we have to one wait it out for the Republicans and hope that it implodes. But number two, I think that if we look at what we know for sure is educated people don't fall for this. What if we just said, look, everything else is a little bit less important. Let's make everything about education or everything about children, or just as Democrats decided we're going to focus on these things because in the long run, this will help us get it together and try to build something, because the truth is we are catching a beat down, no matter how you look at it. But you never I feel like the Republicans are talking us out of when you look at the election, she didn't get mollywopped. And you look at what, her entry into, there was no primary. And I think that they're making it like they just won so bad. They didn't. I mean, if all things considered, they didn't. And it really shouldn't be a problem to win the next time. But I think if we let them keep telling us the narrative and then we keep repeating it to each other, we're losing. That's why we're gonna lose if we keep not looking at what the actual numbers are versus how we feel and trying to match their energy. We're not gonna be like MAGA. That's just never gonna happen, and I don't want to be. I mean, do y'all really want somebody on the left side that's equivalent to Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Nope. Right. So the thing that we asking for, we don't really want. Yeah, we want somebody with. I think my contrarian position to that though would be that they were able to beat her with a felon, with a pervert, with a pedophile.
I'm not so sure they beat her.
A white famous felon. Yeah, no, I agree, but hold on, let me say this.
Nobody cares about the felon.
I said it from the beginning, and I like Kamala. I wanted Kamala to win from the beginning, but I did not think she was going to win. We have a racist-ass country. We do. I mean, but still, okay, but all that said, all the knocks against her, she still raised the most money in history in a record time. And she still, if you look at the votes, almost all the states that Joe Biden won, she won and won more votes than he did. And when you look at
with the election.
I mean, that's kind of. I mean, that's another thing. But even if they did, just look at the swing states and what she was able to pull in that little time. That's no small feat. And I just think that as long as they keep telling we lost, because I noticed the girl who was in here, who was a Republican, she kept saying y'all lost, like Republicans never lost before. Yeah, we did lose, but look at what we lost by. That's not a lot to make up.
I'm telling y'all, and y'all mark my word, it's gonna come out that election was tampered with. Like, they already have proven that you can do it. So it's gonna come out sooner or later, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Given what you all are, the talking points you all have mentioned just now, it doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
Well, speaking of things that don't add up, how do you rationalize it that each state running its own election, unless you're talking about specific states, in which case I would like to know which ones you're talking about, have been compromised to the extent that it stole this election? How do you square that?
Well, so I'm not gonna say because I don't know, but I overheard some IT experts, and they were, I want to say they were talking in front of Congress or somebody of the government about the capability of doing it. I'm gonna see if I can't find it, because it was like yesterday that I saw it. Let me see if I can find it, and maybe I can illustrate what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But this is the thing where we don't want to start. Like, I can think that all day long, but I think that it's important that until we have hard fact, proof, or evidence, that be we don't be on that.
No, no. So let me be clear. All I'm saying is the capability is there. That's all I'm saying. The capability is there. Like there are people that say that's not possible. It is possible. That's all I'm saying.
I get it, but I just feel like it's not a feasible, like, I think that, the things that we do, going forward have to be well thought out, well planned. And I just don't think, like, everything you say, especially as a Democrat with the reputation that we have right now, is going to have to be backed by like hard evidence or proof. So
Right.
just throwing that out there, even though it could be. We just can't do that. We just can't do that unless we end up sounding like them.
Also, most of these states had Democratic statewide leadership. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, we
Like
can't.
Democrats were running these elections, so they somehow, what? They just were too dumb to notice. They didn't pay enough attention. Like what's going on?
Yeah, we
This doesn't
can't,
make sense.
we can't talk about that, and we definitely can't bring up the fake assassination attempt not too many times in a row. But
So, listen, I hear y'all. I believe that the elections were relatively fair until the report that I saw that I sent to Aram and Aaron on this app. And I'll find it again. This person, he represents a like an agency where they explore fraud and stuff like that. But he's a techie. He's a techie nerd, and he explained in his techie nerd way that he believed that the voting machines, I believe, have been tampered with in some places because of the results. They just were not adding up. And I am truly not qualified to analyze it or to explain it adequately, which is why I just sent the link over. So I will find it and send it over again. That's the only, it was only when I heard that, I was like, this is a problem. And their point in saying that because they wanted access to some of the other states, and their point in even pushing this issue was not to relitigate the presidential election. It was to see what we could do to ensure the security of the midterm election. And that's also the only reason why I care. So I'll find it. It was on Roland Martin. I'll find it pretty quickly and I'll drop it in the chat and hopefully, y'all will watch it. But I think like to just think that it's impossible. You heard Trump and Elon like openly bragging about this shit. That alone should cause some type of concern, right? And even for Donald Trump to be like, I don't know how he did it, you know what I mean? But he did it, it's just like, yeah, I don't know how it was done either. But I'm not putting it off. We know that there was even voter fraud when Barack Obama was running. That's what I said earlier. But the difference is the Obama campaign said, let's just overwhelm the system. Let's bring out so many voters, right, that their lying, cheating, scamming, fraudulent behavior won't matter. That didn't happen under Kamala Harris's campaign.
I just feel like, I don't necessarily not agree with you, but I feel like that angle, like we can discuss it like amongst ourselves, but when we start like it almost feels like a copycat thing. Like it's like, okay, y'all said it now, we gonna say it too. And I just also want to say to Brooklyn, she said like she believes in fighting fire with fire. I kind of do too, but I would like for you to look at it like this is kind of like a lure. Like if you have, like say you have one fighting style and I have another, and you're luring me to fight in your fighting style that you're good at, and I do it, you're gonna beat my ass as soon as I start fighting like you because that's your fighting style. If I stay in my lane and do what I know how to do, then I have a way better chance of winning. And I think that if we can look at it like this, like we have to resist the urge to try to do what they're doing. For one, it's ignorant, and it just is not. That doesn't play well with smart people. Like we can't do the. We don't have nobody on the side that can do a Jordan Peterson or a fucking Ben Shapiro because those people are idiots, yo. We just don't have people like that that are willing to put their, I guess, intellect on the line to do that. And largely, we don't have enough gullible people that's gonna go for that. That's gonna be like, yeah, like stupid shit. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Here's my 3-point plan. Okay. First of all, you can do that stuff you're talking about, Dr. Goss. The votes, the tampering, the fraud. All the techie stuff, and yes, look into it, do it over there. Don't have it be the main thing. Same with the fake assassination. Do it over there. Have somebody else investigate it, whatever. Whatever comes up, but that's not the focus. The focus is on the contract with America, version 2026, where Congress, Democratic Congress, has a plan. This is the plan. It's 3 points, it's 5 points, whatever it is. It's very simple, easy to understand. Everybody can get on board that train, understand what it's about, make it very simple, and make it appeal to pretty much everybody across America, whatever it is. And then my other part 3 is have the fucking Onion do all the parodies of everybody else on the other side and just troll the shit out of them. Thank you.
Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I'll say that, I agree. Unfortunately, oh man, these fucking Republicans. I mean, unfortunately, they set the Democrats up, right? Like, when you know that you have engaged in fraudulent behavior, it is sort of like, like we can't come back and say, oh, you stole the election. Like we know that the election was not stolen from Trump. But because they took that narrative and ran with it, literally caused an insurrection and, so on and so forth, like Jeff said, it's like kind of like we can't come back and say you stole the election because it would just look like, oh, your person didn't win, and you were fine with the election last time, but now you're not fine with it this time. So I do agree, like it has to be something. Unfortunately, it just can't be a part of this campaign. Not like a forefront messaging as a part of this campaign. I definitely believe it has to be looked into because of midterms. I mean, everybody I know this room knows that like all of our talking, all of our planning, all of our strategizing to change the messaging, to unite the party, to exclude the naysayers, and all of this is all to win the next election. And if there isn't a fair election, what are we gonna do? Right? Like this is what this whole conversation is about, is that we believe inherently that this election, it will be all about turnout. And I can only hope the same. And all I just want to ask, what if it isn't? That's just the only, that's in the back of my mind. And like I'm not trying to fearmonger and be like, this is not gonna work, but I'm just looking at the shit that's going down, and like there's a whole lot of illegal shit. And thank God for these judges that are doing the work. And I'm just thinking about it. Like I see, like the Democrats are fighting like all across the board, and I'm just thinking, like, okay, what's the problem? What's the problem? And I guess the problem is we don't have a united message. That's really what it is. Because even with Hakeem is doing what he can do in his position. I disagree with Aaron that the Democratic Party is not encouraging people to get out into the streets. There have been actually elected officials who has said, "Meet us out there. We'll be out there." Maxine Waters, she was even as old as she is. She was there. What was it at the door? What was it they were knocking on? They were trying to get. Yeah, I mean, like she was there. Like, I mean, what do y'all want her to do? Like, I'm just.
But she always gonna step. Like whatever's going on, she's definitely stepping.
Absolutely, absolutely. The people that were doing their congressional job when Ross Baraka got arrested, the congresspersons, they were there. They were fighting. They were doing the right thing. The Democrats have been gearing up to go and inspect alligator Alcatraz. Like, I don't understand what y'all want these people to do. I see like a whole bunch of activity. So I'm just thinking that maybe the problem is we don't have one singular united messaging. Is that it?
That is the problem. The problem is that all of what you just described is reactive. It's not proactive. So if you're waiting until things happen in order to respond to them, that is still the old school way of fighting. That is still the establishment, if we need to frame it, way of fighting. You have to be proactive. You have to be proactive. You have to think outside of the box. That starts with the messaging. That starts with the way that you approach. And I'm being hawkish in terms of how you approach what they're doing. Point out every little thing that they are doing. And then you have to think of some things that they aren't thinking about. Listen, at this point, they are nothing if not predictable. They've already literally written down everything that they're trying to do. So there's a degree of anticipation there's a degree of this that you can anticipate, which means that you can plan for it. So that's the problem I have, is that what's being done, of course, from a legislative aspect, there's very little you can do. But there are peripheral things that you can do that, A, derail the progress, but also show your constituents that you are fighting.
I mean, okay. I don't see that all of this is only reactive. I think that's a part of my issue. And
okay, that's not. How so?
Well, so for one, the Democrats were warning everybody, right? First of all, tried anyway. They warned people about 2025. Pulled out a gigantic children's book at the DNC, right? Had working groups reading Project 2025, had black men in barbershops reading Project 2025. I mean, all of those things are proactive, right? Then Donald Trump wins, and I'm sorry, something else. There was a lot of teaching about how tariffs were not going to work. That tariffs, anyway, the way that Donald Trump was trying to do tariffs was only going to depress the economy, was only going to increase prices. They were teaching about how the cost of the tariffs were going to go to the consumer and, not in terms of the businesses the way Donald Trump was speaking. I mean, that work was happening. That was proactive. And these are all things like before.
She said about that, like, even about the housing, like, she made a plan. They said, oh, it was too complicated for the tech. A lot of people don't understand it. The Big Beautiful Bill is the most complicated tax plan known to man, and everybody, and it ran. These things, like, she did everything. She made a plan for black people. They said, oh, she don't have nothing for black men. She rolled out a plan for them. She explained it. She had Obama, like, all these things were proactive. The thing is, and the reason why I know people just don't want to listen. This is the main reason why I know. When when they were both, doing their stump speeches and going around the country, where did all the Gaza protesters go? They went to her speech. They never went to no Trump rallies. They never stopped him from speaking. They just harassed her at every set. Now, fast forward a couple of months, this nigga is playing the fucking Gestapo for Israel. The same man who was I want people to stop dying. Like, like all of these things were preemptive. So I just think like we just gotta stop giving people the credit of like they get it and they're still saying, fuck that. We don't work.
No, I agree that in terms of the way that it was approached prior to election, that there were things, and to be fair, I think that there were things that could have been done differently there. I mean, listen, there is a hyper focus on Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan that doesn't resonate with people. There's too much of and I agree that needs to be part of an issue, but part is the operative word. There needs to be a focus on the people who actually vote for you. The people who are in the sphere, people who vote for you, and there's just not enough being done because they're looking at it in terms of state and not in terms of persons and not in terms of turnout. There are 55% of us live, and when I'm speaking more specifically to black people, we live in the South. Why are you not in Louisiana? Why are you not in North Carolina, which to their credit they were? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Georgia? Why have you not dumped more dollars into Mississippi to turn out voters? To turn voters to do, and I'm not even just talking about during election. I'm talking about now, where you could be educating voters on the process, what is happening in their state, why you need to get your ass up and go out and vote, because you need to present a plan to these people that makes sense to them. That is not being done. There are substantive critiques that we can lodge against our party to say that they're not doing because we want them to do better, not as a critique of what they're not doing. Not as a scolding of what they're not doing.
But I honestly think it's built to ass time. I think people have to see, because the plan, people don't give a fuck about a plan. They don't care. Like, they really, really do not give. Either they don't care or they're not able to understand or grasp a plan, or they don't plan in their real life, so it doesn't mean anything. But I really think this belt to ass period that we're about to go through, especially if you're not making over a certain amount of money, if you hadn't done, what you were supposed to do in life or whatever, and you on the outs and you tried that shit voting for Trump, you're about to learn in real fucking time why that wasn't. And so, because we told them niggas, Quinn, how many, we used to be in there like 4 o'clock in the morning, like, so, but don't you understand, this affects this, brother, and this is gonna, and it all, fucking get them gay niggas, and them fucking Mexicans, and that's all niggas wanted to do.
All they were concerned about was the fact that Trump had let a couple of people out of jail in those PPP loans. That's the only reason that they voted for him.
And then the nigga got Larry Hoover out and fucking Big Meech when he did his parties. Right. Like, you can tell those are surgical, like, precision things. Like, to get Larry Hoover and Big Meech out, that is the most niggery appeal I can ever think of. Like, yeah, I mean, god damn, like, when I heard that and I said, as soon as I, went to work the next day, they like, big Rito. Like, it's so easy to appear, like, they're so easily impressed. If we come, and so we seen when we said, you can get a house, and you get $25,000, a home, where you can build equity. Niggas don't know what equity is. Niggas don't care about that stuff. They don't. Like, it sounds like, to me and you, it sounds was like, oh, that's fire. Like, yeah, let's do that. These niggas don't care.
Well, here's the thing. So I agree with you. Fundamentally, but the problem is that, so the main question is this: do you want to reach people or don't you? That's what we have to start. No, so if we're going to do that, then what we have to do is that can't start during election time. The reason why dude was able to launch the campaign that he was, meaning Trump, he was able to do that the way that he was because he started in fucking 2020 for 2024. And that means in whatever capacity, and I'm not suggesting that we do it the same way that they've done it, not at all. What I'm saying is that the methodology has to be the same. You have to engage your people before election time comes around, so that when election time comes around, all you're doing is instructing them, not trying to convince them of what you're trying to do. There's nothing being done in between those, like right now. There are very little, and there's nothing, if there is something I've not seen, and I pay very close attention, there's nothing being done to reach out to these people to show them the entire concentration and the entire conversation is about what is being done. That is reactive. That's not proactive. Proactive is going out and talking to these people in these poor neighborhoods about the education, about the lack of health care, about the lack of action that's happening in their neighborhoods, and showing them what you are going to do in order to be able to make their situation different than it is. We can talk about the reason why those things appeal to us just is because we can take advantage of them. These people don't even see that far. That is how far outside of the process they are. We have to be realistic about where they are and meet them where they are. So and I'm not talking about in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin and Michigan, because those people, as far as I'm concerned, are fucking incorrigible. They're going to do whatever they think that they can do in the interim, and they're uneducated voters. But I'm talking about the people down here where it can make a difference. Well, it is, because they clearly vote outside of their interest on a regular basis.
Well, I'm saying, don't you think we're
Let me ask you this: wait, just wherever you are, in the country, has your congressperson held a town hall? And did people come out? Has that happened yet?
We have senators who are from. We have Democratic senators, so we haven't seen it. But I mean, in terms of Republican reps, I have not heard that. But I'm also not a Republican. I haven't seen them on TV.
No, not Republican, Democratic.
Oh, Democrats, no, I don't think that's been the case at all.
Wow, because see, my
no, I could be wrong about that. To be fair,
I want y'all to look it up, because my congressperson held a town hall. It was packed. People came from all over the city, and basically she just outlined, like, this is what they're trying to do. We are outnumbered. I'm gonna fight as best as I can. I'm gonna do such and such and such, and this is what I need from you. I mean, it was just as plain as day. Look that up, because I know, we can't be everywhere all the time, but I think that's important.
As older people, I think we have a blind spot, and I've noticed that the way we think and the way what we value and what we're up against, which is like manosphere culture. And it's a global thing. Like, it's a really, really super anti-intellectualism. Like, it's everything that makes sense, it's and then you have another culture of, like, I call them the hissy fitters, that, a lot of them are leftists. And I'm just being real. That wanna take their ball and go the fuck home when shit don't go their way. And Republicans do not do that. Now, what I can say about them is, no matter how centrist the Republican, and no how right wing, the Republican, when it's time to vote, they're gonna vote for whoever's in that red spot. The leftists think that there's like another option or a green party. We're not there yet, and that's another like just large blaring issue is like, like you could be left. I'm left, but we have to understand that doing the whole like Bernie bro thing or like not voting or voting for a third, that's dumb, and we don't even get a monicum of what we were trying to get, when we started out by doing something, because we don't, it's not exactly what we wanted. So I just think that when you up against the manosphere, what I do agree with you about, Quinn, is the planning part as far as starting out. But I just don't think I don't think letting anyone know what we're doing or trying to like explain to people is gonna work. You just gotta do it, and then in the background, and then when it's time to vote, look, this is already in place, baby. We just need you to go up here and press this button. That's it. A lot of people are at this toddler syndrome where, hey, tax on tips, go press the button, because that's the type of stuff that reads with them. No tax, even though they don't know the parameters around that, or that it has to be cash tips, and that there's a cap on it or whatever. We need like very, very simple things like that, like no tax on tip, no shoes in the house. Like super real basic, not okay, when you file your taxes, you're gonna get $25,000 back, but that's because on your line items, niggas do not understand that. Niggas is not filing taxes and shit like that. It need to be simple, basic shit, and honestly, if it gotta be a little bit of a lie, that's fine too. If it gotta be a little bit of a I'm sorry.
It should be big lies. Fuck what you talking about. It should be
like, bro, this tax on tips was a big ass lie, bro. If I gotta say something and then the rest is in fine print, that's fine. That's fine.
Big lies. I'm trying to legalize marijuana. Tell them that they want to make sure we want to push universal health care. We want all of those things. That's what we want, universal basic income. Say all of that. Say all of that. Because that is what people listen to. Whether they think about it or not.
But then you gonna have Democrats that's gonna say, I ain't trying to feed everybody. It's still some Democrats that's hella conservative in that way too.
Yeah, but it ain't many of them though. Fuck.
Well, but they can just shut. But what they can do is what the Republican are like that, and just be quiet. And when it's time to vote, just vote. You ain't gotta agree. Cool. That's
exactly. Shut up.
You know what I'm saying? Just shut up.
Charge these people who are wealthy the proper taxes. That's what they need to do.
You can tell that lie too, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but and then how do you plan on doing that? Again, it's just lies. Tell lies.
Like an 8-pronged approach. Like you need. That's what I was telling them earlier. Like you need your conscious leads. Like to me, those are the Democrats that are actually doing the work where it hits, because they're online with the with where all the stuff is going on. So they're attacking it at where it starts. But I just think the old 90s, style, okay, this is the plan. Isn't this sophisticated? This is beautiful. Look, and then this will be the outcome.
Well, you know what?
It's not that smart no more.
You know what they can do now? Because they can be like, hey, guess what we're going to do? We are going to make everything cheaper for you because we are going to get rid of most, if not all, of the tariffs impacting you. So now we got that. Oh, and by the way, we're going to keep the taxes the same that they were during the Clinton and Obama administration, and that we're going to put that money into helping you have more affordable health care, bring back more Medicaid for people, and we're going to fix the shit that the Republicans broke over the last couple of years. And woo! Look at
you know what a good line would be? Legalize weed and a national rent freeze. Maybe will be good. If you say a national rent freeze, knowing good and well That's fine. You ain't gotta be able to do it.
All right.
You ain't gotta be able to do it.
Just say cheaper houses. Cheaper houses for everybody.
Mom Dami is. You think Mom Dami is about to get a freeze?
Hell
Yeah, wait on it.
He could.
Wait on it.
Hey, you guys, real quick. Wait, real sorry. Wait, real quick. Wait, you guys, real quick. Sorry, because I did find the link and I put it in the chat. It says where the Nevada ballots change. That is data expert something. That is Roland Martin's show, and that is the person that I like. He made me perk up and listen in terms of the election fraud. So please just copy that. Just watch it for me. Watch it for yourself. Just tell me what you think, because their goal. They looked at Nevada and they wanted some access to some other states, because what they found in Nevada was just really like the pattern of it. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a self-described data nerd. So I just please get that, tuck it in your pocket. And I'm sorry that Aaron is not here and that Aaron is not here, but I will try to grab them when they come back. But anyway, I just wanted to go ahead. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to think of a bunch of lies I'm gonna tell to start spreading.
Just
so that people
cheaper air flights so you can visit your family. Cheaper gas price.
$25,000 check for everybody.
And you gotta ignore the transgender thing. Like, I wouldn't even be like, that's all of that. Fuck. What is a woman? What is a woman? An adult female? Next question. Like, stop letting them do that shit to y'all. I mean, because that's literally the now that's literally the Webster's Dictionary terminology. Listen, what I learned today, Brooklyn, is I have come over the hill. That young, I'm all for the cause and everything. But I'm still for everything. But bitch, they tried to tell me I was misgendering JD because he's non-binary. Man, miss me with that shit. Miss me with that shit. I'm not about to play them fucking games.
That's right,
that tiptoe and shit. Because there's people that's really actually going through, really fuck out of here, man. And that to me, that's the plan and shit that I don't got time for. That's how we fuck up, doing stupid shit like that. It's actual people going through actual things, and your big ass, man, go on.
But listen, that's exactly what I was going through. You know what I mean? A few weeks ago.
And you know what I was gonna tell you about that, child. Fuck all that, because the thing is, look. You can be fucking like sensitive and understanding and everything. We are humans, you know what I'm saying? But like all that how can you be responsible for another man's homophobia? Like, you know what I mean? And I don't believe in I get that. I have to learn that homophobia is a thing that the new gays have like this distaste for, and I get it, but that's the landscape. It's like me being black. A lot of people are not gonna like me because I'm black. I'm gay, so the homophobia is not going nowhere.
That's too strange.
So me sitting around in a room talking to other, like, these people, man, if you don't go read that bitch or oh God, they're homophobic. So the fuck what? I'm so tired of that. Like, do something about it. Like, but repeating that someone is homophobic when we all know that's like the default way for niggas to be. And like, don't tell me and cook them, read them, like find something to say about them.
Or make it every fucking thing homophobic too. And so who are every goddamn thing homophobic?
Remember, I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. You see what I'm saying? Like, and like you said.
Yeah, I didn't like that shit. That was stupid.
I was just like, y'all, I live. Do you understand? I live and work in a black working class community. I experience homophobic statements actions all the time. I mean, I'm not saying it's rampant, but like it's as common as water running. Like if you work in the community, you gonna hear some bullshit, and it just is what it is. And I'm like,
and it's a way to be and educate and like and what I don't, and this is the other thing that I have a problem. I guess we're calling it online feminism. Look, being mean to every man that you come across with is not feminism. I'm so sorry. That is just not and I'm just and then like I can't reply to you because then I'm sexist. But you just curse me out because you don't like your dad. I don't have nothing to do with that, ma'am. Like I'm so sorry. Like that's just not what I think that what I'm basically trying to say is things need to be authentic. Like stop doing these things because like as your reaction and then treating people like shit. Like that's what I've been noticing. Like a lot of the people that say they're feminists, not all, but some of the other real feminists. I just explained to me how it works. Yeah, they just
They just hurt people.
you being trashy to me and I ain't do nothing to you is not expected. That's just not because I ain't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? But that type of like fragility, that is a real like problem in with I think on the left side.
Yeah,
I really do.
for sure. No, it's performative and self-righteous also. And then
It's so draining, Scotty.
It's so draining because if you live long enough, like if you live long enough, like some of us have, you realize, look, this is just how the world fucking works, and hopefully you can make a dent in it so it's a little better and stop finger wagging at people so we can fucking get the things that we want out of society and get out of here.
Yeah. And you just work with the people that you can work with, and everybody else, you invite them to come along. But I mean, in my experience, change has always happened from basically a minority group of people have been at the vanguard, of the change, and then other people, they'll come in when things get rolling, and then things become more popular and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, most of the work is done by a small core of people.
Yeah.
So, that's why I'm just like, yeah, I know you're homophobic. I know you are, you know what I mean? I'm looking and I'm like, but at the same time, guess what? We're going to get these human rights. So I don't give a fuck about your homophobia because I'm going to make sure that this person still has the health care they need, the food they need, the housing they need, and you will come along eventually, or maybe you won't, but you're not going to impede this person's life.
We need to do a Find Your Tribe campaign.
What?
Find like-minded people. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm also going to say the visual representation of this fucking fuck shit, and I'm saying this at 3 in the morning, I don't really fucking care, is the fucking, the gay flag, which is the rainbow flag. Rainbow's supposed to be for every fucking buddy. That means trans, that means bi, that means all this shit. And now what they've been doing to the flag is mocking it up to this ugly fucking thing that nobody wants a flag because all these colors clash. It's not even good to look at. They got these arrows, these circles, these colors that don't even make sense. Bring back the old rainbow flag. I'm done.
She's like, no, I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening, Scotty.
I'm just saying.
That was happening either.
No, it's terrible. The flag looks terrible.
I agree with what you said just about the trans group of people. This is excluding the gays and the lesbians and the bis. They kind of censored themselves in the last election. It was like, and if you said anything that was, if you didn't agree with something that was, you were a bad person, you were transphobic, and that was like the worst thing to be, to the point where sometimes you couldn't even say what a woman was, just outright say, that's an adult female woman, adult female girl, whatever. Like, I think that, first of all, I'm everybody phobic, so do with it as you will. I'm gonna talk my shit. I don't really care, and I don't really mean nothing by it. And a lot of times, that happens, especially amongst us black people. We pop shit. We don't mean anything by it all the time. Sometimes we do, but all the time we don't mean anything by it, but it might not come out as nice and neat as you want it to be. And I see that a lot happening, like, because it's not said or it's not.
Well, it's about being reasonable, Brooklyn, to
Right,
me.
I'm really right. I think
Right, and so I think
you should
that
be reasonable, right?
yeah, but so if you come like a person like Thug Bully or people that are disingenuous that want to say hateful shit, but if you say you don't understand all the what goes on with gay people or whatever, and you might say some shit that's offensive. That's wrong or whatever. But if you're not saying it out of malice, I can talk to you. I can have a conversation with you and not try to like shade you because you may not know. So
That's how
and I think
that's how I was.
and I think that's where
came about. Like,
but I think that's where like it's a lot of trans people that I grew up with, right? That had to really get out here and get it. Had rough, real, and they ain't nobody hand them nothing. Wasn't no trans rights. Wasn't no nothing. Like they had to really like get out here and become a make themselves a decent person. You know what I mean? And this is the same with gays. Like and that's why I can get along with other straight people. These people live in silos. They don't want to talk to nobody outside of that. If somebody disagree with them, it's just like you're not informed, and it makes people want to be mean to them. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, and maybe because it's like, oh, you acting like you're treating me in a way, and I'm trying to be understanding. I just think like we have to be real, and as a gay person, I feel like people don't be saying it because nobody want to hurt no feel, but fuck all that
to
bitch.
the intellectuals though, they do the same thing to the people that's not so intellectually sound. They shun them. They talk crazy to them. They call them stupid. They do all of the things and kind of bully them for having an opinion different from their own. It's weird. It's like It's like everybody wants to be right, and if you're not right, you kind of get ganged up on if you're not a part of the popular opinion of things, and that shit.
I mean, it's a lot of people.
But let's be real. It's as far as I'm concerned, same sex, same problems. I mean, what is uniquely problematic? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything. I really want to know what is uniquely different for someone who is of a different, I don't know, but I can't say it, but I'm trying to say that.
I mean, there are differences. If just like if you're black or whatever.
But let me just finish what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, what as far as because I look at it as like terrorism, right? It's a certain parts of the culture, and I'm talking about the LGBTQ culture, that's downright dangerous. Like your life is on the line, right? How is that different from other groups that have experienced terror in this country?
It's way different. You have to look at the numbers. If you look at how trans women are killed, the rate at which trans women are killed, it's vastly higher than almost any other group in the country. So I mean, like you have to be. That's what I'm saying about being reasonable. You should be able to look at the stats, understand. Okay, this is not a tough life to live. Also, the person should be able to say, hey, you are a straight woman or man, you have never lived this experience. As long as you're not trying to like violate me or be disrespectful intentionally, we can have a conversation. We can be reasonable, and then maybe we can come to like an understanding. But if either side is going to be obtuse, aggravating, and antagonizing, then we're not going to get nowhere. And I mean, and that's if the straight person comes and tries to pick
this woman stuff. I don't like being called.
Well, you don't like science.
Just a woman.
You don't like science?
I don't like science.
Because that's a scientific term. It's not nothing that gay people made up to call you. This is a scientific term. It's not a derogatory term. Okay, well, you can look it up. It's been around since 1906.
These labels.
Yes. A cis woman.
I mean,
It's
we
okay.
use that.
It's not a label. It's an actual description. It's not a. Well, then you don't understand.
Okay.
If you're offended by a scientific term.
All my life, listen, I'm probably the.
That doesn't mean that's not. Okay, great.
But all my life, I've just been a woman. Why can I just be a woman?
You still are a woman. Nobody's changing the fact that you're a woman.
It's an example, though.
It's a descriptor. I'm a cis man. No, it's not. No, it's not, because nobody's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. And you see, this be the stupid shit that y'all do and then want to try to. I said what you're doing and saying is stupid. And yes, it is stupid. If you're being presented with scientific fact and you just, it's how you feel. It's not. It's not how you feel. It's literally not. So if you want to, if you want to continue to be like, well, it's not. If that's what you want to continue to do, then yeah, that's stupid. And I mean, I just got to tell you that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to learn to not be as offensive as I normally am. It takes a lot of.
Why?
Because the New York in me, I just be saying anything, Sally. You know that.
I know.
I really don't be giving a fuck about how people feel, but then I had to realize that I really do care how people feel to a certain extent. Because sometimes it just goes too far. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's just like too much. But I can meet you in the middle. I don't have a problem with meeting people in the middle. Like, respectfully, I could, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because I like people overall, I don't have to, I really don't care about people's sexual orientation or what they do, you know, in their personal lives. I understand how to not be as offensive in speech as I used to be.
Well, I wish you wouldn't change on here. I don't care what you do in the real world, so maybe you're talking about that. But on this app, yeah, I don't need you measured, okay?
Okay. No, I'm saying, like, so Scotty, I'm talking about, like, with the trans conversations that we had on Clubhouse in the first season, because I really didn't know much. I was around in community with trans people, but it wasn't really they didn't talk like how people are talking nowadays. It wasn't no they them and none of that. And that was where the confusion came in. And even though I know cisgender, like cis is a scientific term, it wasn't used on a regular basis. So I had to come to an understanding that this is the way that we are right now. And it took some time. But you know, I had a good person to show me, you know, to be a better person when it comes to that, like not be as offensive and not be ignorant.
Yeah, because like I wouldn't be like, oh, look at Brooklyn, that cis woman. Like, no, I would only say that if I'm delineating you from a trans woman. That's the only reason it's ever needed.
Yeah,
so that's why when people say it's a derogatory term, now I get that some people don't like it and people will say it and people don't like it, and I get how that can work because we're not dumb. You know, but you can't. You also can't turn around and just go against science. Like I'm a cis man
because what you're saying is a little misleading though, because the prefix cis has been used in scientific terminology long before the term cisgender became widely known. So I just think
what?
the prefix
It just means
was used in science long before cisgender became a widely known thing, which was around 2007.
no. This term has been around since 1906. Now,
Well, that's not what I'm reading.
The term has been around, but it wasn't used. So
because
here's
you
the
only
thing.
have.
But here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. You have to come out of that old school way of thinking. We're in modern times. You understand? So you have to it's a lot of things that you can still not do, or you might not be too happy about. But you gotta fucking get with the times. It's called evolving. You have to evolve.
But it's also like being mad if somebody say, "Oh, you blood type O." It's literally the same thing. It's like it's just a part. It's just a description of it's not that serious, and it's not like when a doctor uses it, and it's not to even like it's not even a degrading term. All it means is, and I'm a cis man. It just means I don't deviate from the sex that I was born as. That's it. I don't. It's not an offensive
What
term.
I'm even asking you to use it
When
when
it's
you're saying in the
used in a
context
way,
of a trip.
when it's
Hold on,
used in a way to be derogatory.
Well, how can you use cis? How can you? What do you mean you're not gonna take it?
In conversation with people, if it's used in a way to dismiss you or to disrespect you, that's how it's going to come off. I could care less about it, really, but it's just it's like the I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of.
I don't see a way for them to use it to disrespect the person.
You don't understand it.
Unless in that conversation you may have been saying, "Oh, I don't like being called cis," and then somebody said to you, to be funny because they feel like you trying to be funny. That's the only way I could see it being offensively used because I've seen that happen. You understand? So what I'm saying is, I'm a woman. I don't really give a fuck. Like, if that's what you use as a descriptor of me, as long as you know that's what I am, I'm fine with it. It's not even that serious.
But you're probably the same woman that doesn't mind being called a bitch.
You absolutely
cis women is not equivalent or allegory to a bitch.
You're right, but she's right though. I don't mind being called a bitch.
But what I'm saying is, a cis woman or a cisgender is literally fortifying and validating what women have. It's delineating you from trans women. It's literally like saying you are a bio woman.
I'm fine with it. I'm not gonna let it change my life. But to be perfectly honest, because I'm an older woman, and that's probably what it is, I find it disrespectful.
No, but you don't have to use it, and it
No, I don't.
be offended.
This just for this conversation, I'll probably never talk about it again.
No, good, right. So therefore, it shouldn't really bother you because people use it in the context of when we're having a conversation when trans people evolve. Otherwise, I don't really give a fuck. I'll call Brooklyn a woman all day long, from here to eternity, and she can call herself a woman all day long, and I don't fucking care. And the only time I bring up, Brooklyn's a cis woman, is because we're talking with a bunch of trans people, we're talking about the subject of trans people, and it actually comes up. But I would never even say it. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's so...
I wouldn't even think of it. Like, I forget about the term so much because I usually say bio woman. A lot of people hate that. But that's what I usually say.
Anything but natural born, I guess.
I mean, what do you mean, natural born? Like, I mean, who cares? Like,
need all that.
This is another thing.
We have sex.
But here's the thing, ma'am. You don't, no shade. You are a woman, but you don't run womanhood. You don't to say what the rules are around it. Just like I don't run manhood. I'm a man.
I agree.
I'm a man. What, girl? You didn't want me to interrupt you, but you really, you real chatty when I'm talking.
I just don't think that none of this shit matters, to be honest with you.
It don't.
It doesn't even fucking matter. Like, what? Why are we here?
A lot of people's personality is hinged on their gender.
Yeah, I mean,
And mine is not. So I don't care.
it always devolves into fucking body parts. I'm sick of this shit. We gotta move on.
But to get back to what Just was saying, this is one of the reasons why we lost on that premise, because it's people that think like her, and then there's people that think like us, and
And then it's the new people, the JD and them crew. I'm gonna just be real. They are new to this information. They like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try.
How many did you do? Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, shit.
I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up.
Y'all love lame ass people. Like y'all really, really love. You talking about? Go ahead, Shelby.
Oh my gosh, she had something to say.
I know she did.
I didn't know she was.
Go ahead, Just. What you was saying?
Yeah, like that have this new information, and then like, all right, you found out about trans people. Now you trans the next day, and now you got all these rules and regulations. Go talk to my gay mother, who's been a trans woman for 34 years and has walked the streets of New York and Atlanta. And those are people who have put in work and deserve these types of respects and have really like this versus somebody that's gonna be like, I just learned this, and you can't say this, that, and that, and that, and this and that to me.
Right, it's the old school games. It's the old school trick queens versus the new school queens, and the new school queens are fucking victims of every fucking circumstance, just like the new school motherfucking what you call it,
the new straight black man,
and the new straight black men, the new feminists too. They just
everybody's a victim and fragile.
Victims like everybody.
You're homophobic, bitch.
Yeah, and it's annoying because I've always known gays and trans people, and you could basically say all kinds of shit. They gonna read you for stuff, and y'all gonna move the fuck on, like, and y'all might be cool.
Put you right in your place.
Exactly. And
girl, I'm not giving you no political message. I'm finna read your ass, bitch.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck what you think. And
and
by the way, like gay men, you all over the spectrum. You'd have the feminine, you have the butch, you're the masculine, all these fucking things. And now, if a gay guy's a little bit feminine, all of a sudden he's like non-binary. Like, get the fuck out.
That's
us baby boomers are gonna die off anyway, and y'all can call each other bitches.
Wait a minute, hold on.
All that shit.
If you take Snap, hold on 1 second. Now that is the problem. Now I don't even think the trans people was a problem outside of the people crying about bathroom spaces and shit that didn't even make no sense. But the people, to me, that was the problem. And I'm sorry, because I'm about to be phobic again. Was the non-binaries. Listen, because
I don't even understand what that means.
I don't either.
And it's not for that, but I'm okay with not understanding. Like, I'm okay with being like, that's what you want to do? What I'm not mad at is
you're not gonna break me down for me.
Yeah, but you're not gonna like, oh, I'm a that little girl. Go ahead now. What's your name? Just tell me your name, because my aunt was a grammar teacher. I will be fucked up and you'll be mad at me. Just tell me, what is it? Shaquita, great. I'll call you.
Right.
Because we ain't gonna do this.
They the ones that then they'll break you down and argue with you.
The crazy part is, I'm a whole gay. Scotty's a whole gay. They will eat us up. Yeah. And then here's the thing. Instead of being like, thank you, older days, for fighting the good fight and allowing us to be this petty, us to have this luxury to just to piddle and do, because I guarantee you, me and Scotty wasn't tripping about that, or the homophobic lady and her being around. We didn't have that.
Gay sex was illegal.
we didn't have that. But instead of, they just say, y'all are old and y'all have did this and that, and girl, please, you bitches would not even be able to be whining like this if it wasn't for us. So Look, you be what you want to be. If you want to be a picture frame, bitch, so have at it.
Maybe
I don't give a
that's
fuck.
what.
But don't be, but if I make a mistake and call you, you know, by your, like, don't try to eat me up about it.
I wouldn't say anything to you because I know your position, but in my own silence, I wouldn't particularly like it. I wouldn't be like, you know.
Well, why do you not like something that doesn't have nothing to do with you?
We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm asking. Why does it, like, if somebody is something that doesn't affect me, why do you, like, how you not like it? It's like, okay, cool. Do you? I don't, like, I don't like it or dislike it. It don't got to do with me. That's just my attitude about things.
I mean, am I supposed to think like you? No.
I just think you should mind your business.
I do.
That's exactly what people should do.
I just think that, like, having an opinion on somebody's sexual life is like crazy to me.
I
promise you, that's what everybody
just said you don't like it.
It's my life.
Fucking business.
And then, no, it's actually their life. You see, you see how you take these things but you can't flip them because you say it's my life. No, it's actually their life. You're in their business. like you literally, you have these feelings about something that ain't got nothing to do with you.
If I were to refer to someone as a bitch and they don't like being called a bitch, to me it's the same thing.
As what?
Never mind. Good grief. What are we
That's being called sis, but that's stupid.
Called sis?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what she's comparing it to.
Child,
It really is.
That's a you problem. I don't know.
Bitch is a derogatory term.
But you know what, y'all? Study and just. You know what else? You know, wait, hold on.
From your perspective.
Snap. Let me say something real quick. I think a lot of this is, but it's not really that we old school neither. I think it's because we New Yorkers. I think that might make the difference because we don't give a fuck about a lot of shit. People talk crazy to you on a daily basis there, so you numb to it. It's like you just know how to talk shit back and move the fuck on.
You can't get me to care about no faggot or no nigga word. I'm so sorry.
Me neither. I don't think the rest of the country is.
You just can't. I don't care.
I don't care neither.
I just don't. Like I might read you or whatever, but.
Ooh, I don't care. And it's like the rest of the country, they just not on that. They sensitive. They more sensitive.
They like, oh, you had homophobic people on your stage. No, that's how they was doing Dr. Guys. And I was just like, let me just be quiet. Or whatever. And they was like, you had homophobic. And I'm like, how the fuck she supposed to know? Like, is she supposed to like stand there with a fucking taser like, hey, have you commit, are you homophobic, xenophobic, uniphobic, phobic? Like, man, go on with that. That's just too much work.
And I don't even know the black side. Is the black side supposed to be homophobic too?
Wait,
The black side.
The black side is not a person? I don't know.
Yeah. His name is D and then black and then CYDE.
I don't know.
He's been on, like, he's been on these. I didn't know if he was supposed to be, because I didn't even know him. I don't know him at all.
I don't know.
My thing, and this is why I fuck with you, Dr. God, is because you always been real chill. Real, like, very even. Same with you, Brooklyn. The only time I'm ever gonna get upset is when somebody is allowed to say something homophobic and you don't let me get back at them. As long as you let me get my shit up, baby, we ain't got nothing to do with you. You are not responsible for anything, especially another motherfucking man says. I would never do that. So I feel like you sat on stage, you listened, you were very, to me, you listen for what, because bitch, I would have said, girl, fuck y'all, and dipped. But you listened, you were open. I think you did your best. I ain't see nothing wrong with what you did. I sat there and I observed because I was just like, they're really tripping about this person that they don't know. Like, they don't know. Like, and he's whack. Like, cook him, roast him, or whatever, or just, like, ignore him. But crying and saying a person is homophobic like half the world ain't is just bananas to me.
And, I mean, it's also, it's just so many different layers, but it's also, like, how everything went down. understand this because you've addressed this to a lot of different people that like if you go on there, I'm gonna go there with you, or if you're just cutting me off, I'm gonna talk about you cutting me off. If you know what I mean, if you insulted me, I'm gonna throw out an insult, and it was just kind of like the way that I heard it was, um, he kept being told he needs to apologize, and he was like, I'm not apologizing for nothing, and they were just like telling him, you better apologize, and then he told his co-mod to play. I'm pretty sure it was. I think it was Buju Banton's "No Apologize," or you know what I mean. And it's just like I'm sure that Bati Boy was said in the lyric somewhere as well, because I'm just like I'm not familiar with that song. I thought he had played "Boom Boom Bye Bye," and that's
none of
that's
that
what was
like.
going around.
Dr. Numbers, that is like, what are you gonna do about that?
That's what I'm saying. It's just like it's kind of like I'm like y'all had like that really deep kind of internal battle, and it was all because he was just like, who's that guy in the Woman King that was like more feminine? You know what I mean? And it's just like he was bothered by it apparently, and people were mad. They were mad that he was bothered by it, which I think is it's fine. You could interrogate that. You know what I mean? But it's just I'm just like I wasn't even fucking there. Like y'all, like y'all. But I get it, right? Because I am seen as somebody who is I am a Libra, literally, and I'm seen as the person who's going to hear people out, that's going to be fair, generally make the right decision, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, I get that, and maybe there's a I have a bit of a which I explained to them before. This is the part that made me mad is I had explained to them before that this is somebody who protected me on the app when I was under attack. I mean, every single day, every day. Like, just I just met you this year. I think. I mean, not like for a year. And it's just like just imagine being on Clubhouse and you look out in the hallway and it's like 2 rooms with my name in it. Like Dr. Goddess is a anti-Black American B or anti-ADOS hoe. Like they would just make up stuff constantly. Just imagine being like, when you come to Chicago, we gonna deal with you and shit like that. Like, and I mean, he protected me in that era, and for that reason, that's why I give him some grace. I talk to him and stuff like that. That's why we're cool. And I was like, you're not going to get me to give up somebody like that on this particular app. We never even met. But I'm just saying.
Well, we all cool, homophobe. Even the gays are cool. I'm not cool, but I'm in community. I talk to homophobes. I've had conversations with Concrete. He's homophobic. I mean, several people. I've had conversations with them.
He just he's homophobic,
I feel like that's not even reality to sit here because one, I always talk. One thing me and my friends are always like real big on is like how we treat and interact with women because sometimes it could like switch over, like like women can be disrespectful, valid, but sometimes when there's that confrontation or situation, like in that situation, I feel like it went over to like, okay, so now y'all about to interrogate this Black woman by herself, like and she's not even barking on y'all. So now you're doing what you're coming to somebody about an injustice, but then you're going to commit one too. I don't like that, and I don't like when people like because then it's like, hey, so are you mad about the problem, or you wanting to like press somebody? You know what I mean? Like I don't have no problem with them saying, oh hey, whatever to you, but I feel like the putting you down and that's unnecessary, and it just to me is like it makes me question the actual motive of the conversation. Like, okay, so did you want to have this conversation? Because I guess that's valid or whatever to have the conversation about it. I would have, but I think then like the things that was just being said, and that's why like I knew like okay, me and them are probably gonna have. Because this is like all see these old people, and well, you know, when these old, and you know, they say it about me and Otis too, but it's like y'all are actually dumb. Y'all actually don't know a lot, and y'all are like taking these things and like acting like people of age don't know anything.
And they think because they just finished a fucking course on
Bell Hooks book,
right?
that
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, get the fuck out of here. Try living a life and experience
Right.
shit. Then you may learn shit. I'm so tired of the academic fucking nonsense people on this app who
And get all the scholarship, bitch. Give me, tell me what you've been through. And so that's just the thing. Like, I don't believe in like, bitch. My mother's straight. My father, she like, you know what I mean. Like, I don't hate straight people. Like, you know what I mean. And doing that, just like I don't like when the feminists do the whole I hate straight men. It just like you just come across bitter and unreasonable.
And I haven't done anything to any of them. So that's why I was just like, oh, I see kind of like where this is going. So let me just start cussing the people out, you know, just from the start. Because like West African girl, I've never done nothing to her. She just started off with attitude. Literally from the day I met her, it was just nothing but shade, nothing but disrespectful shit. And like I ignored it for a long time. I mean, I told you this app changed me. Like a lot of people would be like, Dr. Goddess is the most patient person on this damn app. I was literally more patient than I am now. And it's just like, you know, her, Dr. Library Card, her bullshit. I'm like, I ain't going for it because you do a whole lot of shady shit. Then you want to act like you innocent. Oh, I just did, you know. I mean, I just like, I'm not going for it. So like, if we just going, if we don't have a relationship, you know what I mean? And y'all feel like y'all could just, you know.
Then as you old, if we geriatric, man.
Yeah. And I mean, like, they literally were like, she's 60. I was like, 60? I was like, y'all crazy as I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with being 60 or nothing. You know what I mean? I mean, Dr. AG has openly said her age. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like there's nothing wrong with it. But like y'all you just making up shit. And that's it's just got to the point where I've
and not just saying that, I seen they did it to you, Goat, Sunny. And then I'll be like in there and I'll just be hearing the stuff they're saying. I'm like, oh, y'all really hate older people. And what's her name? The girl, Kristen, like, it is a combination of things. Like, she's just been, like, it for a whole month. She called me a stragged. Girl, you don't know me from Adam.
Oh, my God.
But
And
you keep saying stuff like that in the thing. Yeah, she is.
So she feels like it's okay to use that slur.
Well, no, a stragged, because she said that I'm a
right,
you
like
know, I try to appeal
for
to
the
straight people.
Yeah, like a straight Nisha, basically.
Never been me. You know, that's never been my thing. But also, ma'am, you don't know me.
I don't think
you don't know me from Adam, and you think that you can say that to me. Now I let it go because I already know. But she kept doing it. Now if I say anything to you, I'm gonna be sexist. I'm gonna be this. I'm gonna be that. But you are the most disrespectful person to me on this app. Have been several times. I mean, it's been so many times I'll be like, yo, you did really good not saying nothing to her. Because normally you would have lit someone on fire for the type of like, just her overall tone and demeanor. And somebody recording. But she did it to the go, and I'm glad that somebody else recognized it. And that's just not feminism. You being mean to people is just not feminism. Kristen.
Oh, is that the one who was at the center of the controversy yesterday?
The one that has like the flag shirt on and everything. Yeah.
I don't know. She has like a picture of like what's the girl from the Cosby Show? Who married Lenny Kravitz?
Oh, Lisa Bonet.
Okay. Yeah, she has like a picture of her. And so I just was like, after today when I got into it with JD, I said, and they was like, I don't know why you said here you never liked us and all this, and I just said it because I don't give a fuck, bitch. I read the fuck out of JD, bitch ass, because she like, well, first they was talking about Nikki, and you already know, like, first off, I'm 42. I'm a bar, but I'm not doing all of that. Like, would just say like little stuff like that's my bitch, she can rap, whatever. But beyond that, like I know that girl crazy. I know she say stuff, but I don't really get into it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. I don't care. Like I like her for the rapping. So we in there playing and shit. And what happened with JD is JD got into it with he used to always just say stuff to her on no, he got into it with Nikki. He used to just say stuff to her like just all the time. And so one day, just randomly, I guess she was bored. She took the retweet, and it was something he said about her. And when I tell you, she fried his ass. She retweeted it, and she like must have went through his pictures because she just was cooking his ass. And it was just a long time coming. Like he just would dead. Like if you go down his old page, he just would go in on her. And JD has said the most horrible shit about Black Americans on his app, call us slaves and all this other shit or whatever. But this is her rebrand or whatever.
Crazy shit.
Yeah. And so, you know, that's her rebrand. But today she was like, yeah, the barbs are stupid or whatever and cool. But then she just started like being like I guess she was trying to like refer to me. Listen, I'm not passive. I'm aggressive. So I was like, yo, unless you like, if you should invite me up there and say, you know, to my face. And so he was like, yes, you barbs don't have a brain and all that. And I cooked up bitch ass. I was like, you sit up here and talk or like have all this criticism for black people. You don't live here, ma'am. You live in a whole nother hemisphere. Like, deal with what's going on over there. Like, you have all this criticism. And I was just like, you know, don't play with me. And she just kept saying, this is going to be the problem. I'm just going to tell you now. So she said, she kept saying, well, you're stupid. The girls don't have a brain. I said, my brain works fine. Does yours? And she said, are you referring to my autism? I said, I don't know, are you? And so she said, my autism.
Now you're able it.
I don't give a fuck. You don't. If you can call me dumb and refer to mental capacity, you forgot that you be telling people you autistic, and that chain swings both ways. So he gonna say my autism affects me in the way that I'm hyper intelligent. I said maybe hyper vigilant, hypersexual, but nothing. There's nothing hyper intelligent about you, sweetie. Nothing. So either you don't have autism or it affects you in a different way. And I was just like, JD, let me explain something to you. This audience, this very fragile audience that, you know, you can say and they'll ooh and I don't give a fuck about them. These bitches will be bleeding from nose and ear once I finish saying all the shit I will say to you. And I won't give a fuck. And I plan to tomorrow.
Okay, man.
Wait a minute, so this was Ping Me in too, but this was today.
That was earlier. She got into it like she got into it oldest, and she just got all this old shit to say.
Because he got into it with Don Gimme on
And Don Gimme fried him. He told that bitch she need a milk bath, an oatmeal bath, because she got eczema.
Wait, what was her issue with Otis?
Who, Don Gimme?
No.
No, he just always calls us old, and he says the old gays have never done anything for the new. Like, he just has all these random critiques. He's just a bitter. To be 30, I've never met a bitch so bitter. But she got the right one. She plays for all these girls, and she never. Bitch, I'm from the
Why do you want to be a Gen Z so bad?
Well, old ass.
To me, I don't understand it.
And you trying to act old.
Playing to be Gen Z is crazy.
And I just thought he was playing.
Girl, move around.
I thought they were just playing when we would come in the room, and you know there would be jokes about our knees and the old people. I mean, we just let it fly because it was just like whatever, you know. I mean, and I thought they were just playing. I didn't realize, you know, that apparently it was actually ageist.
Yes, all the girls. Listen, the reason I stayed in there because I wanted to see names and who said what, so nobody can't say, why are you saying this to me? I didn't say nothing. I just went, and they like, why are you staying in here? I didn't even say anything. They was, you know, he been wanting to say this. Some girl named, it's one bitch in there, I don't know her, But whenever I catch her on a free stage, I'm going to run her off that bitch.
Yeah.
She the doctor. What was her name?
Marty Pants.
Her too. Oh, she kept saying all this stuff. All them bitches is dumb. All them bitches is dumb. And yo, y'all non-binary and Lulu. She kept, and then they was like not too much on Lulu. I'm like, yo, y'all really don't understand what I would do to y'all verbally. I've looked at every picture. I've looked at every Instagram. I don't give a fuck. Y'all keep playing with old people. I'm gonna show you what an old person do. I'm gonna show you exactly what an old man gives.
Like people don't know something. I was in a room. What was it about giving away homes? I just clicked on it by accident. I don't know if y'all seen that room where they always talking about free homes or whatever. And I was, in there, and the dude brings me up, and then he wants to look up where I live and all this other stuff. I said, bro, I'm out of here. I said, I ain't in here trying to sell nothing to nobody. Didn't ask y'all for no money. They're very rude in that room. Very rude to people. They want to dox people. Look up where you live. Ask where you live. Public information. That room, people are mean in there though too. I'm just saying. I don't know if that room was a Republican room. I bet you it is. But those folks in there are very, very mean. They're mean as hell in that room. They treat people like crap. They do.
No. Yeah, people are wild. Just what happened between you and Ion? Because I saw that and I was like, oh my God.
I never like that one.
Wait,
I can see right now, I'm gonna be the gay that don't know that all the other gays don't like. I don't like her.
Oh,
and I have a problem with
Ion is wild.
Wild and stupid.
Yeah, like not like just. I mean.
She was like, I voted for Trump, and I was like, shut up, you bitch. You don't even look like how you sound. Imagine being on here sounding all dainty, and bitch, you a big ass Punji nigga. Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
What Matt, come up here and tell me what you did to Curtis, because that shit yesterday was crazy. The chat was crazy in that room yesterday.
Oh, Matt here. Matt was down there. Yeah, Matt. Is Matt here?
He right there, unless he's asleep. He might be asleep, because he ain't wrote nothing in the chat.
Yeah, but all of them, there's coons, bro. Like, and I be chilling. I don't really be saying nothing, but yeah, I'm done now. That's why I waited in the room, because I wanted to see all the people who was talking shit. Y'all bitches don't know me. Because and I wasn't saying anything in the chat. They just going in. And these old geriatric, and I was just going from Instagram to Instagram. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, interesting.
So you got always see.
Yeah, that's be ugly as shit. Like, man, bitch, you got skincare to worry about.
And Ion was just strange because he was supposedly very supportive of black women, and then he was a divester, and he would be like, I don't date black men. My boyfriend is Asian, and he was always saying that, and then it was like, I'm from the Caribbean, and then it was like I'm a Trump supporter, and it was just like his politics are all over the place. It just does not make any sense.
Black men don't date you, Ion. That's the thing. They're like people be like, I don't date you, because that's what you don't have the choice to. Like, yeah, of course you did that either.
Like 7 feet tall.
He was known for like disrespecting like all black men. That's what he was known for on the app very, very early on.
When I first came on here, he used to dox people. His name was part of the doxing. Him, Whack, and like this female when I first came on the app.
That's why she got her ass knocked the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I just think people should stop playing. Like, Ion be talking all that cash shit. I'm not. I'm not that kind. I'm a different guy, and I'll just say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like y'all clearly think. Well, anyway, the replays are on, so I just won't say anything. But they just be assuming that, you know, because you have a degree or you have a professional position, that they could just say anything to you, and do anything. And I'm like, no, you really can't, actually.
Well, I let people know. I even said it yesterday. I have a past, so just because I'm professional, that don't mean I don't know how to handle myself.
Listen, that's why I said that you dox me and you go look at my record, it will probably make you want to rethink about playing with me like that. But you go ahead. No, that is nothing nice, Playboy, and it'll show you that might be what you want to unite. Everybody, what my dad used to always tell me is everybody is not playing. I roast, but I don't really like start with people. Like I don't just, like. But what I noticed that like a lot of people start, they want to dox and do stuff. You can't play with everybody like that. You really, really can't.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel bad because I didn't know people's ages. So part of that, I did. Somebody told me like they were like, "Oh, you got
Yeah, they kids. And I'm thinking about the fact when I was their age, I was outside so hard I wouldn't have been on Clubhouse. So y'all lame as fuck. Y'all kids is lame as fuck. Why are you boasting about you being in your fucking 20s and you said nothing?
Not doing nothing.
Like, girl, please, I wouldn't even know nothing about the Clubhouse if I was when I was in my 20s. Because I was outside so hard. So that even if you did, you wouldn't be coming at people sideways, you know what I mean, just out of the blue.
Especially older people than me. I thought they was cool. Like I wasn't doing like, oh, you old as shit. Like I don't remember that. Did y'all do that?
No, I mean we have great relationships.
Yeah, like all my cousins that was older, like I thought they was the shit. I never like, even now I don't be like, I mean I'll be maybe like, what's up old head or some shit like that, but I never would be like, you a geriatric, like, yeah, I'm trying to get where you got.
No, the elders are the bomb. I mean, it's just like people, they're just crazy. I mean, but
I'm trying to say is, you're too old for that shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Because they be too old for the shit that they do. But outside of that, like, I don't have no problem with people being older.
But I tried to be.
And I don't know why, like, Ion, he just came in. I could tell that y'all had old school beef because he just came right in and started calling you the F word. And I was just like, what is going on, Ion?
Because I like years ago, I heard him talking. I just think you're just trash. Like, you're not funny. You're corny. You come in and you like you like, I just hate her. She's just the fucking worst. And I'll also just slap the shit out of you. So like, shut up when I'm around. For real. That's just how I feel about him. And then you come in and talk about you. I voted for Trump. You sound so fucking dumb. A big sour sissy talking about you voted for Trump and you got an Asian boyfriend. Good luck, bitch. Good luck making it through the next 4 years. Congratulations, you're fucked. I just don't like, and then you think you ate it up. He was like, I got a man. Do he got you though? Cause you be on here a lot to have a man. Always in some girl's business, always keeping. I don't like no motherfucking punk like that. I just never been. I don't like that. Then the rooms he need to divest. Bro, stop telling girls what to do. You divest.
Yeah, it was really. He got confronted, and then he was like, "Yeah, they did tell me I was, I had never seen myself as attacking black men." I'm like, "What? What do you mean? That's all you were doing?"
He cringy, bro. Like, I just, like, he's embarrassing. I wish he wasn't gay. Or, like, claim something else, like, cause I should go get Don Gimme again. Cause when I tell you he fried JDS.
What?
Yo, as soon as he came in the room, he just started cooking. Was you in here, Brooklyn?
And she was like, well, Sonny said that, and all I was like, damn, and one thing about Don Gibbs, he gonna fight. He gonna pull up, so.
And what's their history?
I mean, JB
Don Gibbs is a hooker. See, that's what you don't want to fuck around and find out with.
Yeah, well, you think Don Gimme, you think Matt, like that type vibes. But he probably will eat worse than me and Matt. But JD is just, when I first got on this app, this girl was on here terrorizing, just doing all of this stuff. Now I guess she revamped it, but I will go get all them girls from the hood gay side, and they will really put JD on the grill. For real. I know bitches that really want to read JD real bad.
And Don Gimme is like a reader extraordinaire. Don Gimme is also one of the best fundraisers on Clubhouse, low key. I don't know if people know that.
I know he made a diss song about somebody one time. That shit was funny as fuck.
Mm-hmm. But no, he would be on.
He got bars now. I didn't even look like that motherfucker.
Yeah, that song was a diss.
But he got bars.
Brooklyn, he came in there and said, he said, "Oh, JD, look, if it isn't the bitch who needs an oatmeal bath." I said, wait, why did he say that damn? And they just started,
he be having me rolling.
Oatmeal bath is crazy.
Not Daphne in the room laughing.
for your opening statement, bro. Like, I was like, whoa, what happened?
You guys talking about that room from yesterday? Or the day before?
It was like a couple days ago.
Yeah,
a good amount of people was in there. You were in there too.
It was, what's his name, bro? What's that boy's name?
I was in the group.
What's his name? What's that boy's name? The other gay boy. It was his room. The nigga who room it was. I don't know. It was Crown. It was Crown room.
Whose room?
Crown. And Crown room is where Don Gimme and JB got into it.
Oh, they got into it again.
Oh, okay.
Because, they got into it one time and they were saying a whole bunch of shit. I really couldn't keep up.
Did JD say something negative about me that day?
Yes. I mean, just like the same thing he was saying about Sonny, like, these old women, they just, and I was like, yo, why are you, and then that day when you came in, did he put you out?
No, I left. And then he was writing me in the back channel begging me to come back in. So I came back in, and then he went and put West African Girl down, and then was like thinking that we were just gonna stop, and I was like, I ain't stopping for nothing. Like, you can't talk to me any old kind of way.
I think that's one of the only ones that's been actually cool. I think, but I kind of get them mixed up.
Yeah, they can be, and trust me, she can turn real shady real quick.
But
I think what Library Card though, that was a shocker.
Would you say?
Yeah. Wasn't you also wasn't library kind of like ended a little bit or no?
Yeah, because she decided
That's
to
what
come off the mic and
it's a shocking.
she asked me something, but see, I had already experienced her shade 2 other times in the past, and I was like patient and forgiving about those times. You see what I'm saying? Like the last time, I was pressing her a little bit, and I was like, what's so funny, Dr. Library Card? Because I don't even remember like all the details, but um, somebody said something about me, and she openly laughed, like off her mic, and kept laughing. Do you know what I mean? And so she didn't say it, but and it was something like real degrading. I just don't remember because I'm sure I could. I don't know. I would have to think long and hard about it.
Y'all ever had words?
She's done that to me too, though. But
You see what I mean? And then so I was like, "What's so funny?" You know what I mean? Because previously she had gotten offended by something like it was like I just know I've never done anything to her. um I know that she must have thought that I did or something like that, and I had to like clarify. And so it's just kind of like, how like when you think everything is fine, and then all of a sudden somebody does something else real shady, and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna dwell on this, but I'm peeping it. And then finally I just said something, and she was like, I laughed because it was funny. I laughed because it was funny, but like the laughter. Y'all already how it is. Like it's meant to like support what the person was saying. You know what I mean? And it's just kind of like, you know, when you're like, we just moved some stuff over in the past. Like, so why would you even go there? Type thing. So I just noticed that shady behavior. Yeah. So that's why, like, yeah. So I forget. I think she tried to say something in the room, and she was like, so I want everybody to be clear. She was like, she said that he was mad because that he was getting bullied by the gays because the gays responded to him saying something homophobic, something like that. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm saying. Once again, I wasn't fucking there. You know what I mean? I'm relaying what the messaging apparently was, and why he got mad. And the whole point was like he felt like he was getting piled on, and everybody was telling him, "You better apologize. You better apologize." Y'all know what that's like. You know what it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, even if he was in the wrong, it made him not want to.
But to me, asking people like for an apology, look, say something back to him and move the fuck on. I just didn't understand the whole like this person is like the fake shock. Like okay, like all right, like I mean maybe that's just me, but so like okay.
And you talk about a 5%er from New York.
Yeah, you know what the fuck you expect?
Who has also been in prison. And I've had conversations with him, and he was just like, "Yo, Dr. Goddess, listen, Dr. I mean, you know how he talks,
I mean, he's ignorant. I talked to him, but when we talked, he wasn't really disrespectful. He was a little bit, but then I just started roasting him, and like, this is the normal reaction that I get. They'll either start laughing, be like, "Yo, you crazy," or like, bro. You're not changing nobody from being homophobic by complaining. I just don't think like and these people are home like it just is such a like white person's take on stuff to me, and I just feel like it's whitey. Like I just
like he's the type of person. Like I feel like because where me and Otis were disagreeing is he felt like because he played that song, he wishes death upon gay people. And I was like, no, he doesn't. And I was like, that's just really untrue. And I was like, you, like, I felt like the reaction was petty. You know what I mean? But I just felt like he was trying to return petty for petty. And y'all seem to apparently be missing that. And I was like, I've really, really talked to him. And I was like, and he's somebody that's just like live and let live. Like I don't give a fuck. Like he's just not. He basically was explaining that even when he was in prison, he was just like, he saw people, they were doing their thing, and he was like, he's not into like gay bashing people. He's not into, what I mean? Like just, he's not the type of person that's going to get violent because you're gay. Like it's just, and I was like, and I don't think that you should paint him that way. Even though I also believe that what he did was insensitive and wrong. Like, I was like,
what's his name? What's the guy from New York named Brooklyn? That with the long locks, the fat boy. Starscream.
Cream. I call him Star.
Yeah, yeah. He he did the same thing. Like he played it or whatever. Um, like played one of them songs or whatever. It took me a minute to even like catch what it was. I don't give a fuck. Like so, bitch, you ugly. Like I just don't think. I don't think that way. I'm not no fucking victim. And now, if somebody putting their hands on you, bullying you and shit, but bitch, you can't bully me over no fucking app. Sorry.
I don't think I know Ratu and Rocco. We like, I don't see. I see. I don't know. I think they was talking about the Woman King, and he gave his take and felt as if the the depiction of the gay character was inaccurate, and they debated on that. And I guess it, kind of went left. How the conversation go. It went left, and then he said some more shit and did some more shit, and now everybody he homophobic and everybody beefing. But y'all was all in conversation with each other before that.
And he could be homophobic, but handle it with him. Like, how you gonna press a girl? Yeah, about what he said. Like, she didn't write the fucking script. Like, I mean, say something to him. Or like, and then I was telling them like, look, I'll say something to him. If y'all don't want to like, I'll roast him. Like, what is going on here? Like, what are we raising? Like, man up. Like, stand up. Fuck. So he said something gay. Now y'all gonna, oh my god, what are we ever gonna do? Y'all read this bitch.
And I feel like, look, my record on here is solid. I have windmilled for my friends because, I mean, you're not going to be harassing gay people on my stage. It's just not going to happen. I might miss some shit. Sometimes I might have been asleep or whatever. You know what I mean? Like whatever. But like, and like just said, I mean, don't say something homophobic and then want civility right after, because you ain't getting civility. You know what I mean? If you came, like in the black community, we call that fighting words. Fighting words. Mm-hmm. That's what you just did. So if somebody gonna roast you or they gonna tell you off, then that's what's gonna happen. Don't come crying to me and being like, Dr. Goddess, just said, and I said, yeah, so he roasted your ass, and now it's time to move on. You thought it was fine to call out him being gay. We weren't even talking anything about sexuality. So if you did that, then yes, I am absolutely going to give him the opportunity to roast your ass.
Yeah, I just don't believe in getting other people in it, especially if you ain't never did nothing to me. Like, even there's been times where, people have said things. I definitely didn't agree with what was said, but it also was not said to me. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not, look, unless you my dog like that, like, I'm not coming to you. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you can handle your own shit, handle it. I'm not nobody's savior, you know what I mean? Like, I just can't. I can't be doing that. Ain't nobody saving me from nothing.
Yeah, and that's why these FBAs, the thug bully and bullets and shit like that, that's why they be mad. They want to just perpetuate their bullshit and think that somebody's going to be like a victim. And I'm like, no, I mean, I'm a swing back. But it got to the point where, you know, you had whole communities just lying on me and circulating. I was like, see, it's to the point where like it's getting a little dangerous because um, we know, first of all, I'm outside. Like I'm really, really outside. And there are things that people can do to track where I'm going, where I'm going to be speaking or whatever. And that's what I started getting nervous about is I frequent Chicago. I frequent Atlanta. You know what I mean? Like there's just different places. And I'm like, y'all, like stop. First of all, stop lying on me. Second of all, stop threatening me. That was kind of like my two things. And normally I wouldn't really care about getting lied on, but the lies were fueling the threats, and it just got worse and worse. To the point where literally I had to call people, you know what I mean, in Chicago and be like, look, I don't know if you know this person, but this person is threatening me. And I'm not even the only person that they threatened. It's just that I'm outside. You know what I mean? So they have it. And now, like, when I bring it up, if they're ever on the app or whatever, they'll be like, I ain't threatening you, Dr. God. It's like, stop fucking lying. Like now that you out of pocket for doing it, now I guess somebody, you must have a little bit of shame or whatever it is, and now you want to deny it. But like no, it was really happening and frequently. And so it just got to the point where that's why I really appreciate Rob Born in Mud. He's fucking trash, and that's why I'm just like Dr. Library Card. You see, I mean, I'm not judging people because if I really wanted to go in, I could say the same thing about Gold. I could, whoever hangs with him, and it keeps propping him up. But like, he is pure trash. He is a hateful person. Period. You know what I mean? And he's also just a loser. And I'm not saying that he's not even the person. He's not somebody that threatened me, but he is somebody that continuously, every day, kept perpetuating lies against me and fueled the threats. And of course, when they threatened me, it's not like he was like, hey, y'all need to calm down. He didn't say shit. So that's why he and I, we know we're not going to ever get along. Respect somebody like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going around talking about who somebody hangs with, you know what I mean? Because that's apparently the standard now. Together and talking with them on the app, then I could make a number of different accusations, right? Like, if that's the standard, then you're falling beneath your own standard. But I don't have that standard for people. I'm just like, it's whatever. But since we're going to talk about this, then let's talk about it.
Yeah, I couldn't say something earlier because I'm at work. Yo, when I was in my 20s, my teenage years and 20s, yo, I don't even know. I mean, we didn't have internet like that, but if they did, I wouldn't be on here like that. You crazy? I'd be outside doing my thing. These fucking kids is crazy to me. And they awkward. Yeah, they're very awkward. Very.
And they don't know how to handle confrontation.
No, they don't.
Like, and I don't mean like fighting, but you gotta learn how to like speak up for yourself. Especially to me, if you are like a alternate, like if you gay or whatever, you gotta go. Niggas, speak up for yourself, because that's the only way you gonna get respect. Don't whining about anything. I feel the same way about being black or whatever. Other thing is considered a marginalization. You gotta all that whining and shit ain't gonna get you nowhere.
Listen, just I get a lot of girlies don't be liking me because I'm the one that be saying that I'm sick of y'all always fucking crying about fucking you know how they be crying and talking about femicide and all that shit. And granted, it's happening, but are you gonna cry when the nigga pull up on you, or you gonna fight him? Are y'all gonna keep crying about how dangerous men are? You gonna be dangerous, sir?
And it'd be crazy because you don't want to sound insensitive. Because like I do care about issues, but
Me too, but
I just feel like, yo,
I don't want you to be the victim of everything. Like, just
yeah, I
relax
just can't be no victim.
and
bro.
do
Like,
something
that
about
shit's
it.
not
Like, you
mine.
gotta do something about it. Period. That's how I feel.
And doing something about it is not like, oh my God, can you believe this? Acting like a white lady.
Right.
Like, I just don't be understanding that. Like, I am appalled. Okay, so what? They don't give a fuck.
And that not everybody is even young. Like Mark Carter, he is like, for me, public enemy number one. You know, he is the Mark Carter. He's the one that was like begging Trump to come to Chicago. You know, like King Carter. Yeah, I mean he was the main person threatening me on the app. And he used to brag, and like he used to brag all the time about how um, him and some other guys beat up this gay Black Lives Matter activist who was leading a march. And he was real fucking proud of it. I used to cuss him out at just even about that alone.
And then you got a gay daughter, which is
That's what I'm saying. So when I found that out, I said you are just a complete terrible person. I said you are trash. It's your own daughter. You know what I mean? Is gay, and you gonna sit up there and brag about beating somebody down. Because and she might have been butch, because it was just like, he was just like real proud of it. I was like, you're disgusting, like, and he's like, I mean, we do the same thing. Like, listen, you're not gonna come here and run that mouth. Do the same thing to you. You did, and I went ballistic. He threatened me several times.
I think, I don't wonder if that's that same dude. He was like, well, because if it was up to me, you wouldn't be here. I said, bitch, you have a hard time getting me up out this motherfucker. I guarantee you that.
And come to find out, this dude is like 5'2". He's just a terrible fucking person. Like a lot of them, they moved to Twitter, and I'm so glad. That's the only reason why we're not on here, like, still beefing. But like, if you think about the Essence Festival and how the discussions have been on this app, it was just like that, just times 10. And they're just crazy. They're just illogical, just terrible fucking people, xenophobes, homophobic, violent, and just terrible people. Like, I'm just like, y'all are who raised y'all? Like, what is going on? Like, even in the black community, like, yeah, like, even in the black community, like, haven't y'all learned, even if you are homophobic, you just leave people alone. How about that? Like, that's a very basic tenet. You don't have to be in their lives. You don't have to know the details about their sex life. Where is the just leave people alone clause in the black community?
And then what happens when you meet the right gay person? Like, what happens then? I've seen that happen just way too many times. Living in New York and Atlanta, that shit just don't fly. Like, some of these gay boys throw them. So but you just got to be careful.
Yeah, I'd rather not even. Yeah, people do more than throw. You get the right one on the wrong day, and it's over for you. It's not even that serious.
And they also have only one conception of what they think a black gay male looks like. And I'm
that's always a sad part. That's how I don't know if you heard about that. They beat this straight man up on Lenox Road. It was probably like 3 or 4 months ago. Because he was throwing shit at this gay boy, like walking by him throwing shit, and the gay boy was walking to meet some other people, and I guess he felt them throwing the stuff, and he just kept on walking because the boy was following him, and he kind of lured him. And when he went walked in the complex, the boy followed him, and he said 2 other boys jumped out and fucked him up.
Good.
You gotta leave people alone, man. Like, everybody ain't with that shit.
Did y'all hear about the black man who was riding his bike over one particular bridge, and he got harassed by these three white guys, and like he ended up getting knocked off his bike, and it was like he was willing to fight kind of one person, but they of course just only just tried to jump him, and he ended up getting away. He went home, and this is in Mississippi. He went home. He got his gun, and then he continued to bike ride, but he just went to another bridge, just to kind of avoid any confrontation whatsoever. Do you know they found him and kept fucking with him, and he ended up shooting one of the guys, and the guys, he didn't die or anything, but like they all got arrested. Now like it's going to be like a whole case. But it's just like
you tried to charge him, but of course
okay.
So this conversation was about like homophobic and gay dudes on the app.
Well, yeah. I just mentioned that because Just said you're gonna meet the right person one day, But yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
I know Gap and Brooklyn know about them New York gays.
Yeah.
Boys is not playing
me
like
too.
that.
I'm so support.
Oh yeah, them boys is not playing like that. You get some buck 50 real quick.
Cousin is one of them, child. Listen, he is off the chain. He online, setting it on people every day, and he's a millennial. He ain't even young. He like 34 or some shit, but he is off the chain.
Look, they got a gay gang here called the So Coinsies, and then they all dress like super feminine. They be murking niggas. And, like they really be beating niggas the fuck up for real, and being like be recording it and like putting it on YouTube. And so I be telling people like, they be like beat this nigga up in some Fendi, like that's how they be like on the thing, and niggas be embarrassed, and they done got like 2 or 3 like known like niggas out here, and it just ain't worth it, bro. I don't even want to get beat up by them niggas. Like I like just now you done got whooped, and you online. I'm gonna find their page, Brooklyn. It's so they got like
you know what killed me about those type of gay guys? They always ready to pop off. They always oh yeah, they are on the train, and they always have something to say. And like I don't like to back and forth. And then when they hear my accent, they figure because I'm not homophobic, so I'm over that. I'm too old for all that bullshit. I'm over it. I'm Jamaican and I'm over that shit. So when they hear it, so I don't like to do too much back and forth because I don't like to argue. So I would say something to shut them up real quick. Gay, those not gay men like Just. Those type of gay dudes, they like women that always have to have like the last word. So when they say stuff, I walk them out. I don't have time for that shit because I'll kill you. So I leave them alone. I don't mess around gay people like that.
Some of them you would have to like you would really like. I got a homeboy named Frank. He got shot in his chest outside the Walmart, but that's because, and I understand. It happened in Virginia. But he was explaining to me, and I was like, you really don't have to, because I already know how it went. And I know why he's like this, because, niggas made it hard for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you get into it with that man, you're going to have to knock his teeth. You're going to have to make him physically shut up or get in your car and drive away, because he's not going. Like he just is not, and it'd be like a chip on some dude's shoulder. And I get why they got it, but I just be hearing how some dudes talk about how they gonna do some straight niggas, and then I be knowing some gay niggas. I'm like,
that happened to me though at work one time when I was in college. I worked at this call center, and down here the gays work so that's where they work at. And I don't know what happened. I really don't even remember what happened, but the boy thought I wasn't gonna fight him. He had the right one to me because I was like, he was bigger than me and everything, but I didn't give a fuck. Like he thought I was he was all in my face talking shit. I got my little ass up and was ready. Cause one thing about me is all these things around is death and cheers and I'll bite you. Don't play with me, okay? But yeah, I done been in them situations too before, and I just had to be like, I don't like to argue with nobody in public.
Yeah, no,
And I don't fuck with the guys like that. I don't even be arguing with them at all. I just like, you got it.
yeah, them niggas be fake too, yo.
You won.
I never had a fight with a girl. I never had a fight with a girl except one. This girl named Danielle, but I was young, and she like just pushed me out the line, like just like kind of punched me in my face. And my mom was like, don't hit girls. So when I came home, my mom was like, what happened to you? Like, why is your eye swollen shut? And I was like, well, this girl named Danielle punched me in my eye and, broke me a line. She like, you ain't do nothing back? And I'm like, no, because you said don't hit girls. And my mom was like, don't let no girl beat you up. So my godmother had pulled me to the side and she was like, what Danielle look like? And I told her, she big. She was like, she bigger than you? And I was like, yeah. She was like, when you see tomorrow, when you get in class tomorrow, you see Danielle, you knock the shit out of her. She was like,
I wouldn't let nobody put me either.
And she said, you don't stop till she fall on the floor. That's what I did. I
Gonna be sitting on top of something, shit. For real.
My teacher was like, "Now, why would you hit that girl?" I was like, my godmother told me to do it.
Well, my grandmother always told me to keep my hands to myself. And if somebody hit me, if anybody hit me for no reason, get their ass back. So that goes for anybody. Age, color, fucking creed, I don't care. It's like automatic. It's like in my mind, it's my reflexes. Like I'm gonna hit you back, even if I didn't intend to, right then and there. If you hit me, that's why you ever get like, you ever been to like a haunted house, and you know how to. Why you done got kicked out? I got kicked out of one too.
For grabbing this man with the, cause he had the chainsaw, and I didn't know they don't have chains in them, and he kept coming close to me, and I just kept saying, I don't like that, and I was like, stop, and he like ran at me, bink, don't play with me, they put me up out of there.
One of them motherfuckers grabbed me. I think I'm the reason why they changed the rules, like they can't touch you. Cause one of them niggas grabbed me, and I'm like crazy. It was retarded. They kicked me out the whole place. Shit was crazy. Like, don't touch me. I'm not. Don't do that, please.
Yeah, please don't touch me. That's one thing that's gonna get me nervous every time. Or like you start putting your hands like near or around my face. I'm probably gonna hit you first.
Yeah, I'm done.
That just makes you real nervous when you have your hands near my face. Like, I don't like that.
And here's somebody, they gonna learn to leave you alone. Cause I know when I got bigger and stronger and folks used to pick on me when I was a kid and skinny, all that stuff changed. People stopped picking on me. When I started beating them up, they left me alone. I didn't go looking for trouble, but I got tired of people picking on me and making fun of me. And I learned how to fight and all that stuff came to an end. People left me alone because I don't play with people. I'm done with people, thinking they can put their hands on you and then you're not going to do nothing. Like I told a woman that hit me, good luck, because I knocked her straight in her head and she went sleep. I don't play that. Don't hit me and then don't think I'm not going to hit you back. And I'm sitting down and you're trying to hit me. And I'm sitting down, not doing nothing to you. And that's, for me personally, that's why I don't live with a lot of women. All women mean no, but a lot of them are very mean to me. And some dudes, but generally I live with a man because my temper does not allow me to live with a lot of females because they don't know how to treat people with any kind of respect. I've had women call me stupid, tell me they're gonna hurt me. I'm like, no, I've had a man tell me the same thing, and it's like, nah, I just like, nah, I'm good. I lived in a house with a bunch of women, and I just couldn't deal with that. I left in the middle of the night and never came back. Moved in with a man and never looked back. I couldn't do that because it was always arguing. I couldn't do that. I had to go.
Well, I've never been the type to start shit. I talk shit. Yeah, I talk shit. Big shit, buku shit. People be like, oh, they be wanting to fight me from the shit that I say. But I've never been the type of person that believe that words warranted physical touch. And so if you touch me based on some shit that I say, your consequences are really gonna be hard. I'm telling you, because I'm little. Right? Keep this in mind. And I've always been. And I don't fight shit. I don't believe in a fair fight. I don't even know what that is. So I've never had a problem with people that were bigger than me. I never gave a fuck.
I never will.
Absolutely not fighting there.
I don't even. What is that? What is a fair fight? What's that?
Ain't nobody fighting here in Texas.
Let me say this true story, and then I gotta go to bed. This it's a little kid that well, my neighbor, her son, he's like the coolest kid, man. She said he's autistic, but I think he's like high functioning or whatever. Cause I don't really. I mean, he's kind of like nerdy, but that's all. But anyway, so she always like he plays outside. She always be like, "Can you, just look out there every now and then?" And it's two little other kids that he plays with, and I noticed they don't really be playing with him. They kind of like exclude him. He'll be standing around, they be kicking the ball and stuff. And then sometimes they'll be arguing, but his kids, so I never really got in it. But the other day, I was in here and I heard somebody like yelling, but I didn't really think nothing about it. And then I just kept hearing it. So I went to the so I went to the window. The boy, my neighbor's son, the little boy, he got a little fat Mexican boy. He had him bent over this car hood. When I tell you, bang, bang, boom, bam, and the boy just arms flailing or whatever. So I said, I'm gonna go down here and try to put like if they're not fighting when I get down here, I'm gonna just leave it alone and go back upstairs. Man, when I got down here, he was still rocking that boy shit. I mean, still had him bent over this car hood, beating the boy up. So when I went over there to break it up, man, if y'all could have seen this boy face, you remember the episode of Martin when he fought Tommy Hearns, and he was like real lumped up.
Yeah.
That's how the little boy face looked.
Oh no.
It looks so bad. And so when I seen it, I was like, ooh, like it scared me. And so I said, what happened? He was like, I told him to leave me alone a lot of times. And the little boy mom came outside and she just instantly started crying like, what happened? What? Like he beat the lights out of that boy. And like maybe a day or two ago, I was coming in and the little boy was outside playing. Ooh. I wanted to tell him, yeah, you need to go back inside because you need to let that heal up some more. He looked like somebody ran over his head with a car. Head just swole. So that's my lesson. You gotta leave even the kids. I said, damn, you pack a punch. How did you do this to this boy's face?
Yeah, you gotta be careful when you fuck with. You never know. You just never know.
His mom was I said, I don't know how it happened. She said they said he had him pushed back over the hood. I was like, he did.
Was you proud that he a little fan?
I was just like, you can't be doing stuff like that. But he's like, he was like, I even told his mom.
But you was secretly like, yeah.
I mean, once he told me the case, he said, look, my man said he told everybody. He told all the proper the proper people, and ain't nobody do nothing. And he was like, my mom said I should take things into my own hands when no one helps me. And I was like, well, no, hey.
They needed somebody to play on the computer.
They thought my man was they thought he was Urkel, but he turned into Steph, motherfucking Mike Tyson.
And you know, prior to him to be picking my head like rubber child.
Bro, you just imagine trying not to laugh. When I seen that little boy head, I said, man, what?
I bet you they next to him now.
I was like, did this nigga have on like some brass knuckles? Nope, just hands.
I thought I was saying.
Me too.
I was 444.
Wow. We got the bed.
You guys are leaving. I gotta start working. So I'm at work.
Yes, all right. Good night, John.
Yeah, I'm gonna boom the room.
That's still you.
Oh, you up, Patty?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
See you guys later. Have a good day. Or later.
Are you still in music? Boom at the valley. It's not